Hello and welcome to the Artisan of Glimmith. I'm Tom, and this video will cover the Crimson Plinth puzzles in the areas Bricky, Loopy, Inequality and Difference, potentially also Watchtower, I'm not sure depending on the time, but I think it's rather unlikely because Bricky and Loopy it takes quite some time to explain these puzzles properly. We have one difficulty 4 puzzle in the Bricky section here, and it's up in this tower there. So let's jump right into it. Bricky and Rose windows. We can start by looking at the center part here. You have like a connection, like given that you have these violet symbols all around you need to connect something here, right? This yellow one, how can it be connected? You cannot connect it like this because of the Bricky thing here. You also can't connect it like this because of the Bricky problem here in this corner now. So you also can't do it like this because you wouldn't be able to extend it anymore, right? It doesn't work. So you have to combine these like that. And you have to use this connection. Why actually? Yeah, because here this violet one can't be completed into this direction, right? Even if you have these two, you need at least yellow and green like this, yeah. And now you can only complete it, in fact, into this direction. That is a final region, so you have to extend out of these things here. Now none of these can end there because of the Bricky problems that would create, but you have to extend them anyway, right? So let's see how we can do this. I think I want to start up here. You need blue, yellow and red for this region. You can't do that, for instance, because you have Bricky here. So you can't take that red symbol, okay? You also can't take this red symbol up here because of the Bricky problem here, right? So you definitely need to use this red symbol. It's the only one this region can reach. You also can't use this yellow symbol now because again you would have a Bricky situation. So you need to go here, but it's unclear if you have to take this one or that one. So let's look at this one here, the yellow symbol. We need a border here now. This has to be part of this region. This needs blue and green. Can only get them like this and like that, right? Can't reach any other symbols. So now we know that we have a border here. And this one then has to extend like this region. We have one more region like this here. This one has to extend out of here. And here we can see that this is basically an option to begin with. But then this region that needs blue, yellow and green would have to take all of these. And this region here would be left with only a violet and couldn't get a yellow one anymore, right? So that's not an option. Let's undo this and take instead this green symbol. Then this region must be completed like this. Here we get the yellow symbol for this region. Now here, how to proceed here actually? I'm not quite sure at the moment. Yeah, I can't take this red symbol, right? Because I couldn't move on. We would have 2 green symbols and then I couldn't get a blue symbol anymore. So I can't take that. I need red and blue here. This one has to extend out now. And it needs violet, blue and yellow. It can't take this one here because like it goes through another green symbol. Also these would be cut off, so it has to be connected to this violet symbol. It needs yellow still, and given this problem here with Bricky, we have to take this yellow symbol. So we have yellow, green, violet, red and blue like this here. This needs to be extended. It can't stop here because of Bricky. But let's see first what else. This can't extend to this red symbol anymore, so it needs to take this red symbol here. We could do this We could also do this, but here we have a Bricky problem. So we in fact have to do this here. And now we can see that this region here cannot take this blue symbol because that would also be Bricky. Non-Bricky, actually. So we need this here. Then we have these two extensions. This blue symbol must be connected to this red symbol now, because here we have a blue-red connection already. And then I can't take this yellow symbol anymore. I need to take green there. But which violet one to take? Here is the answer in this corner. If we did this, we would be non-Bricky. We need to do this here and instant the other region like that. Okay, there are 7 difficulty 5 puzzles this time. It's quite a lot. Actually, this is the region with the most Crimson Plinth puzzles, 13 of them. I hope it won't take too long. Let's see. We have a shape bank, 3 and 4 with corners, and Bricky. Okay, so we can start here. We know that we need to extend out of this region like this, right? Can only have the border there. We can add these borders. This one is complete. Same is true here. We can't have anything like that, right? I didn't show that before. We need to extend out of this region like that. This one could extend to an S potentially. This one could also extend to an S. But if we did this, we would have a Bricky violation. So this needs to be like this, and we need this here. This could extend potentially. And indeed, as you can see here, it has to. Otherwise, that is not allowed. So here we need to take care of the Bricky problem here as well. That is a final region. Let's go on here. Here we have a Bricky problem. Now we need to extend here. We need to extend out of this. We have to go there. This one is complete then. This one has to also turn around the corner and can't be expanded. This one can't be expanded here. Here we have a Bricky problem. So we need this. But we don't know where to expand. Yeah, we can look at this one now here. This one has to go there then. And it can't be extended anymore. This one must be here then. Could potentially extend here. Here we have a Bricky problem like this. We take care of it. Also here we have a Bricky problem. With a border there. Which in turn means that this up here has to expand. Then we have a 3 here and another 2 here. So now, I think it was something about looking at this here. Well, actually we can draw this also here, like this. This could be done in many ways, basically. I don't see anything restraining like the possibilities to one option only. Let's see, can we extend this one like that? That is the main question actually, because then this one would have to extend here. And what would you create? A Bricky problem. So that's not an option. You need to go here. You have this border. This could, however, expand. But you need to do this now here. This one cannot expand. And you need 2 here connected because of this intersection here. And then how to go on here. I don't see it now. Sorry. There must be something here that I don't see. Can't play the same game here. Because here I could basically do this, right? Let's see what happens if I do it the other way around. Oh yeah. I can't do that. I can't fill that shape. So here we need this and that. Both of which cannot be expanded. So we need one here. Can't do that obviously because of the shape. So that's also complete. This one has to move down here, so we need to extend this one down to fill this tile. This one cannot expand, which means that we need to combine these here. And that's the final shape then. Is there a 5 here? Yes. Okay, we have shape bank, 2, 3, 4 and Bricky. First of all, that means that here we have 2 like this, or like this, right? There's no other way. That means that here we have a 2, but here we must not have a 2. So that means we need a border there. And since we don't have a 2 here, we can't have a 2 here. We need at least 3, like this. The 2 then must be completed like this. And given that we have this border now here, you see there's a T intersection. We need to fill in the 2 2s like this. That in turn means I need something up there and down here to prevent a Bricky problem. This is a 2 like that. Up here, we need at least these then, right? Either 3 or 4. That will only become apparent when we know what this here is. This is at least 3, right? We can fill that in already. We can draw these borders here. Here we need 2 at least. Here we can't have 2 because of the T up there. We need at least 3. And here we have another T, so that has to be a 4, which means here we also need a 4. Now here we need 2, here we must not have 2, so border and 2 like this. Then we need 2 here for this type of thing. Then we can look at this one here. Here again we have 2 2s, right? It means we need these borders here, which means the 2s are positioned like that. The 1 2 is here. This one could be anyway, potentially, I'm not sure. This one has to be at least a 3 again. Oh, come on. This one can only be a 3 now here, right? It can't be 2, it can't be 4. So this is a 4. We need the 2 preventers of the Bricky problem here again, which means we need another 2 here. Like this. These 2 can extend potentially. And this one cannot be completed like this, right? So I need this border, and I have another T problem here, and another T problem there now. So that's a 4. So this one must be more than a 2, right? According to the delta sign, we have to combine these here to a 4. So this section can't be completed like that, right? Because I have this one tile there. We need 3 and 2 here. Here we can't go like this now because of the 2, like we need more. And we only have 2 in this direction, so we need to combine this region also, and we have 2 here now. Here we have a Bricky situation that we need to take care of like this. And here we only have 2, right? Either like this or like that. Which means here we cannot have 2, so again we need 4, because like this we would have 2 again. We have 4 like this. But how to complete this 2? We need another 2 here. And we can't have Bricky here. We need this because of the T here. So the 2 is like this, which means you need another 2 up there to seal this, to reach this tile, sort of. How to do the rest here? I can just do this here, right? And a 4? Could I do this and a 4 and a 2? That would also work, right? Where is the problem? I don't see the problem. Ah, wait. There is another thing. So this has to be a 3. Which means here I need at least 2. That means this is a 2 in this direction, and that must be a 3. No. I made a mistake. Oh no, I didn't make a mistake. It's only this up there. Let's complete these here. There is no Bricky problem here. No, I don't see it at least. So this is a 4. This can only be a 3 then. And it doesn't work. I did make a mistake. But where? I will find it. Oh, damn it. I did draw all the borders here. Oh no, I need a 4 here. Oh man, like I mixed it up like this. Sorry. Yeah, and with the deltas and the Geminis, I tend to get confused, sort of, and not look properly. So we need 6, no, but 5 more 5s, I think. There should be lots of them, easily accessible. There's one. Yeah, here we have Bricky and size separation. Now the thing about the Bricky here is that, like, if you have two threes positioned like that, right? You can't use the size separation like this, because you would immediately create a bricky thing if this one moves away and this one moves away. That's not an option. You need to combine them once they touch each other, even on the corner. Yeah, and you can't do it like this, because then you would create a bricky problem here. Yeah, so you can only do it like this. Same is true here. That's not allowed because of this corner. You have to do it like this. This one then has to move all the way down here. Here this one will either touch this one, this three, or both threes even, yeah. One of these threes at least has to be touched, so you need to combine this one with one of them. And you can't combine this three with this three. You can only do that then. This here now can't move up because of the corner there. It has to move here, can't move down, can't move further, has to move up like that. Here we have another three that is touching on the corner, right? So we have to combine it. And this three can only move here now without touching any other region of 3 tiles. So the 4 needs at least these here. It can't be extended there because of the bricky problem, so that is the final 4. That in turn means that this 4 cannot move down. We need this here and something to prevent this bricky situation here. This one can't extend to a 3 because we have a 3 right next to it. Also can't extend to a 4, right? So this can only be a 2. And that in turn means that this 2 cannot be completed like that because we would have another 2 right next to it. Size separation here, right? So that has to be completed like that. We need this here to prevent the bricky problem. This cannot stay a 2. It has to become a 4 at least, so I can only extend this here or there. Okay? So now the rest of the puzzle was quite perplexing to me. But yeah, I just overlooked one key thing. Thing is the following. First of all, the 4 needs to go over this T intersection here. And that means also that like it could maximum move 2 up here, but that would create a T problem, bricky problem again. So even like it can only move up 1, it has to move here also, yeah. So where does the 4, like what range does the 4 have? It can't go here because of the bricky, so that's the maximum extent it can reach to the left. So up there it would need at least 2, but now you have a bricky situation there, so you need 1 more tile to go here or there, okay? You can draw this border. And was there something here with the 4 also? Oh yeah, now you have 3 here, right? A section of 3 right next to 2 other 3s. So you need to add this here. Yeah, the 4 is complete like that. But the problem now is that you have a region of 4 here, right next to 2 4s. And you can cut it down to a 3, but that's also not good enough. And if you add this one here, you have a bricky situation again. So I was really running in circles and thought, no, I need to find something else. And I didn't even see all these connections with the 3s and the stuff. But it's actually rather simple. Not rather simple, it's you just need to remember this one fact that even if you have a 4 here or a 3, you can potentially cut this down into smaller regions, right? So how can we do this? Like a 4 cannot be cut down, right? Because you will end up with a 1 or a 3, 1 and a 3 or 2 2s. Yeah, there's no way to cut this down. Otherwise, you would need 2 1s and 1 2. So you have to make this a region of 3 first of all, and then you can potentially cut it down. So let's see if we can do that from here. If we do this, we have 2 T problems. We can't do it. We can't cut here, and we can't cut there. That means that the 4 has to go up there. And the 3 must be created like this. And then, now you can see here you have a T problem, but on these 2 ends you don't. So you simply draw this border and complete the puzzle like that. I overlooked that part, that I could do that for such a long time. It's really frightening. Okay, this is a peculiar puzzle. Noteworthy is particularly this thing here, right? So the obvious thing here is that you can't complete this puzzle just by doing this over and over again, because in the end you will reach an impasse. You will have 2 like this and then you create bricky, right? So you need to find another way to do that. And in fact, you can look at the thing that, now let me show that again. Like if you have here this, like this, you will automatically get two above each other, right? If you come to a border. So if you start with this pattern, yeah, you will see that there is a certain pattern to how you need to complete this. Here you have these now, you need these here, now you have T intersection here and here, you need these, now you need this here, you need this here to prevent this one, here you need two to prevent these T's, and this, right? And you see, you get rectangular shapes, but like this it doesn't work because you have one here, and that's where this one comes into place, this one without a 2. So let's see what we can do, but you see the shape, right? And you can actually go in circles around it, like it's sort of like a snail or whatever you call this circular thing that like grows from the inside out. Now you have two options to go. Basically, you can just try, one of them is going to work. Either you start adding 2's like this, or like this. This is the one that works, if I'm not mistaken. So let's just do this. You just have to add the 2's. Like this, like this, like this, that, like that, like that, and like this. Yeah. I don't know, I'm sure there is a deeper logic to this, especially like seeing that you can create these rectangular shapes, and this has to be a rectangular shape with one extra line sort of here, right? And like set this into relation to this border, but it's too complicated for me. I don't want to think about that. So this here is the 7, there is another 4. Yeah, we have the rose windows here. Like I'm gonna try to explain this in a logical fashion, but actually it's pretty easy to see which connections you have to draw because of these tiles here that only make sense in a certain way, right? But I think the best access for this puzzle is by looking at this one and asking yourselves, how can this be connected to a yellow symbol? Blue could be here, right? But yellow, like, can you connect to yellow through this part, or do you have to go here? But if you go here, you can immediately see you will cut off this one. Even if you go here, you cut off stuff. You could also go there, but still, the thing being that I need to show this in more detail. Like you have another red one that has to move out of here, right? Even though you could go there, but then you couldn't move out the red ones here. No, you would actually have to go here. Like in order for these two red ones to get out here, you would even have to go there, right? Like this, even further. So none of this works. Like here, now you see you need to cut off this one, because you need these two openings here for these two red symbols. And this one could move around, but this one is cut off because you need to open here, and this one has to move out here. It doesn't work. Yeah, you're gonna cut stuff off, and that's why this one has to move out here. Okay. What else? This one is the same thing. It can't move out here now, because if it did, this one wouldn't be able to get out of here. Yeah. So this one has to move out here. It will also automatically take this blue symbol. This one will have to go here at least. Okay. So now you can already see that the blue symbol can only go here. Could connect to any of these red symbols. Not this one, however. Yeah. But it would be a perfect fit for this. But let's leave this open for the time being. Not sure I need it though. Let's go on here first. This one needs to reach a yellow symbol. It has to go there. This one has to go here then. This one has to go here then, okay? And now you can see that you can only have one of these two red symbols go out of here, right? Like through this passage here. Like these can all be extended like this here actually, right? And it shows you, well actually you could combine them with this here. Man, all the things that you don't see in a logical, if you approach this, you could make this connection and this here, actually. So let's go on like this, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. This one needs yellow. Let's assume these could be connected here. Yeah, so this one would still have to move out of here, like this, okay? And it could take this yellow one, but it would still need blue, right? So let's move on here. We need this. This one cannot take blue because it has blue already. It has to move all the way around here to get to a yellow one. This needs to move on to get to blue. This one needs to move on to get to yellow at least. So this one can only take this yellow one, and it has to take the blue one as well then. So this one is basically complete, but it could potentially extend. It can't extend there though, right? What else? Here we need blue and yellow. Yeah, we need like... You can actually already see now that this one has to move at least down here. Could take this blue one or this blue one, okay? But since this one here has yellow and blue, right? This one can't take the blue battery from here, or battery, I always call this a battery, like this, because it has blue already, so you would have to extend here. And now you can see that you need to connect blue to this red one, right? And this blue has to be part of this region. Otherwise, like the blue would be cut off if you connected these two symbols to this blue one, yeah? So now we have the final shape for this one here. This one has to extend out of here. It needs yellow and red. So it has to go there somehow. But first we need to take care of these here. This needs yellow and this needs blue and yellow. So this can only get to this blue here, right? Can't get to this one, because then I wouldn't be able to complete this region here. For that I would have to go all the way around, but let's see if that's possible at all. Since, let's see, wait, this one... This red one here has to move somewhere, right? I'm not sure how to draw this now. It can't be connected to this one. Yeah, we showed that we can't connect this one, this red symbol to this blue symbol. And that in turn means that we can't connect these two, right? But I can't connect this like that also, because these two regions would be cut off here. So I have to move around with this one, like this here, which can only be achieved like that, because I need to leave space for this one here still, right? And we need, what do we need? Here we need yellow. So that obviously is this one along the edge, right? And then this one will have to move here. It has yellow, red and blue now. Yeah, it will also take this one. I could try and exchange it with this one. So that's actually not quite clear. But here we need yellow, and we can only get this like this now. This one is complete in order not to cut this one off here. And this one needs blue. Wait, are there two actions? Ah, no, I can't have Bricky. That's the one time where I'm using the Bricky in this puzzle. Actually, I could have used that before, probably. I never solved this puzzle using Bricky, I gotta say. But I can't do that. That's the main thing. I can't do this, right? Because you have Bricky here and there then. I never saw that before. Interesting. So you need to complete it like this and like that. Okay. Man, I should have looked at the Bricky more for this puzzle. Maybe this is a better logical approach to this puzzle. Never thought about it. Well. Okay. 5 here. We have Bricky and Precision 5. A border is here. And yeah, this one here. This one can't extend there because of the Bricky problem. Also, this is not possible. That means we need these two borders here. That in turn means that you can't complete this shape like that, right? Because you create a Bricky problem here. But this is also not possible because of the Bricky there or this one here. So the only way to complete this region, or this to fulfill the requirements of this tile, are like this. Okay? Now, what we can do is look at actually what we have here, because this is a total of 17 tiles. we have a precision 5, so we would have to add 3 more tiles or take 2 away. Yeah. That means, well, actually we can look here first. This one, this section, this part must be completed like this for a 5, right? It means we have this here, and then, let's take this away again. We could extend this here or there. That means we have a new region here with potentially 1 tile there, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, right? But we can complete it like this, and like that, and then anywhere, or like this and like that. We don't have any restrictions in terms of shapes or sizes here next to each other. We can draw this border. So, but again, we had these 17 tiles in here, so we need 3 more. And given that we have a street, if we draw the street like this, it's not possible. I can only add 2 tiles like this, right? No, actually those are 3, but I'm losing this one. Yeah. So I can't draw the street like this. I have to do this. And now I have 12. Well, actually I can see that I need 3 tiles for these 2 shapes here, right? So 2 tiles for this one. I need to move up here. I can't go there. I need to move there. So we have this one here. And then in order to prevent the Bricky here, I need to go up there. And this one I have to do here. Okay. This one has to extend away from the border, and it has to include these 2 tiles, otherwise we would have a lost region. We need the border here for that reason, and this shape is completed like that. And then the only way to get to 5 is doing this and that, right? And here we have a U shape then. Yep. 1 more 5 here. Oh, this one also took me very long, but it's a very nice puzzle, I gotta say, with the deductions you have to make. Like this is the beginning. What I like to do here is to color code these things. I'll do that in a moment. Let me first change this here to green. No, wait, to yellow, green, and blue. Let's do it like this. So, the thing is that you have a 3 here, right? At least a 3. And this one here can't stay like this because of the Bricky. It has to be 3 at least also, either like this or like that, right? Let's make this a different color. I don't like this dark colors, these dark colors. So this one is 3 or 4, meaning that this one is the other 3 or 4. That in turn means that this one must be a 2. The 2s I will mark as yellow, and like the other ones I'll explain later. So we have a 2 here, and a 3 or 4 here. That means if this is 1, 3, let's say this is x, then this must be the y length, which means this is x again. This also can't stay 2 because of the situation here, so this is y again and x. That meaning that these 3 here are the same length. Come on, become blue. And these, I want this to be, yeah, they're rose blue, damn it, here. These 2 are the same length. And these 3 are the same length. On top of this, you have 1 more here, right, to prevent this Bricky situation. These are also the same length. So you have 3 times 3 and 3 times 4, but you don't know which one is which yet. Okay? You know, however, that this one cannot move there. You need a border here, which means you need a new region here. And since you have 3 and 4 around here, you will definitely need a 2 here. Okay? So this one has to extend here then. And now, I think you can see already that you can't extend this to a 4. Because if this was a 4, then this could only be a 3. And you can't reach this tile here, right? And you have range 2 to 4. That's what I didn't mention to begin with. And the size separation side of the Bricky. So that means you would have to add a 2 here, which is not allowed because you have a 2 here. So this can only be a 3. Which means the green ones are 3 and the blue ones are 4, okay? Can you already see something here? Yes, here you cannot have a 2 in this tile, right? You cannot have a 3, so this must be 4. And then I think you can go on here. Like you will need a 2, either like this or like that. But I think you can show that this one is not possible, yes. Because here you would need a 3 or a 4. The 3 can't move up there because you have 3 here. And a 4 would also not be able to move up there because there is a 4, right? And that would create, oh come on, a Bricky problem. Oh, come on. The 2 has to be completed like this. We need a 4 here now. 1, 2, 3. Can't go up there. 4 like this. This one can't go down now. And it is a 4. Can I see already? This one has to be a 2 now. Automatically yellow. Very good. And you need to move out here at least with 3. No, it can only be a 3 in fact. It could move in here, however. Yeah. Yes. Which means the 4 must move up here because it can only extend 1 there. So that is a definitive connection here. But I think that's it for that time. I don't think you can see more there. So the 4 here is completed like this. And the 3 here must be there or there. This 3 can also anyway. So let's look at this one. This 4 cannot be completed like that, right? You need a border here. And it also can't be completed like that. You would have to do this. You would need a 2 either, which is forbidden because of the Bricky. But a 3 is also not possible because you have a 3 here. And the 4 is also forbidden because you're starting at the 4, right? So that's not an option. You have to complete it like this. The 3 then is completed like this, also preventing the Bricky problem here. So this one is a 2 or a 3. Can't be a 3, however, because a 3 would be problematic in terms of Bricky. So here you need a 3 now, 1, 2, 3. And here we need at least 2. Could be a 4 also. Let me mark those in a different fashion because I don't want to get confused here. But we need this border here. So this could be 2 or 4, right? Yeah. And here we also need something that can't be 3. Could be 2 or 4 also. So one of them is 2, one of them is 4 if I'm not mistaken. Can I read something out of that? I don't think so. There must be something else here. Yes, here I can only have a 2, right? And that 2 can't go there because then I would have 2 2s next to each other. So I need this here, which means the 3 has to extend in here. And I need to take care of this problem. Can't be a 3, right? That's a 4 then. That's blue. Let's do this, which means this has to be a 2 here. And then I need a 3 here in green. Perfect. And I'm having a problem now. I made a mistake somewhere. Ah, this could still stay a 2 here. Yeah, this didn't have to... No, wait, I had this here. Where is the problem? Because I can't seal this now. I made a mistake. Where was the mistake? I can't use 4, I can't use 3, I can't use 2. Wait, I could have used a 4 around the corner here also. Let me do that all again here. I made a mistake. I fucked up. This was clear. This one was not clear. But I think this one is at least correct, right? Oh no, wait. Actually, you could do the 2 up there if you have the 4 like this here. I always think in terms of straight lines here. I don't know why. Because you have all these straight lines here, right? So you have to move out here with 2 or 4, 2 or 4. Is there anything else I can see? This one has to be a 2. This one can only be a 3, right? 2 and 3. So this one has to be completed like that. Okay. Let's go on here. So the 2 has to be completed like this. Indeed, what I did before. I need something to seal this and that. This can only be a 4, right? But it could move up here. Can't move up there, however, because then I would have 1. And here I can only have a 2 now. Can't have a 3 or 4, so this must be a 2. No, it's here. That's a 2. And this has to extend. It could extend here, so it can't extend there. That's exactly the point, because then you need a 3 here. It has to extend here, the 4. Okay, that was my mistake. And then you need a 2 or a 3 here. This one needs to be a 3. Let's make that green. This needs to be a 2 or a 3. How to proceed here? Can't see anything here yet. I will have to move out of here with 2 at least. This could be a 3 like this. Then here I would have to use a 4. Anyway, I need a 4 here. Okay, maybe let's look at that. This one here has to be a 4, right? We have 2 and 3 right next to it. It can move only 1 into this direction, maximum. But we can't have Bricky. No, actually it can't move at all, because then I would have to complete it like this, and we would have a Bricky situation here. Yeah. So the blue one has to move up. That means indeed this has to be a 3 here, right? 2 and 4 and 3. And we have this border here. So this here can only be a 2, right? Yes, that must be a 2. It could move up, then we would have this here. It could go there. No, it can't move there because of Bricky again. So we have this and this here. Here we have a Bricky problem. The L needs to expand here, or the 4. The 3 has to be here then. This can be 2 or 4. This here can only be 3. That's green. Perfect. It needs to prevent this problem here. But could go any way. Any which way. This here has to be 2 or 4. Could this be a 4 at all? It would have to go here. And then we would need a 2 here, right? That would work, and a 3 there. Can I have a 2 here only? That would mean here I need a 3. That doesn't work. I need a 3 there. Yeah. So I have to extend there like this. And the final shape is a 3 and a 2. I really like this puzzle. Even though it really drove me crazy. So how many do we have now? We have 56. And that's all difficulty 5 puzzles. Okay, 7 of them. Well, it took 40 minutes already. We have 4 difficulty 6 puzzles. So let's start with the one I found down there. Okay, let's start with a thing. We have solitudes here. So each tile has to be in a region with exactly 1 symbol. And on top of the, we have the Bricky. So let's start with the Bricky stuff. Here, here, here we need connections. Here, here also. It's easy to overlook stuff here. Okay, yeah, that's it, yes. So let's start by looking here at this area, this corner here, this area, yeah. We can't have this connection because we would lose this tile here, right? So this straight connection has to be like this. We need these borders. This one then must take this symbol, right? We also have this border there, which has to include this one, and that is a final shape. What else? We need these borders here for this one because of the symbols there. This one goes here, has to turn downwards. Here we need this now for this straight connection, but that's it, I think, for the time being. Is there anything here? We need this border. Here we can see the following. We have either this connection at these 2 streets, right? Focus on this corner here, and otherwise we have this connection, which means we definitely need these here. And we have this extension here and this extension there. One of these has to combine with this one, but we don't know which. But this one has to include this tile here. Anything else here? I don't think so. You have multiple options here. But I think it's possible to show something here. Yes, you can't have this connection, if I'm not mistaken. Because then you would need a border here and here, right? Because of the solitude. And you would have to extend this tile and this symbol away from the border, right? And this one also, which would mean you can't complete this anymore. You would have to have two tiles, two symbols in one region here or there. So none of this is an option. This one has to be completed like this. And what else? We need a border here and there then. We also need borders here, but this could extend up there. This one has to extend away from here. This one has to extend away. This one has to extend away. Can we already see stuff here? I'm not sure. No, I don't think so. What you have to connect with what here? No, I don't think you can see that yet. You can draw this border, however. Yeah. And then here, we also need to extend away from this. And given this T intersection here, we need to extend this symbol downwards. Now we have these borders here because of this symbol. This one has to include all this. That's a final shape. We also need these borders here. This one has to take these, and then we have these here, right? Can't connect there, can't connect there. So this one has to take this part here. This one has to go there then, which means we have this here. And it doesn't work. Where did I make a mistake again? Ah, yeah, I just made the mistake here. Sorry, why did I do the square here? It only needs these here, with this border here. Yeah. So we still don't know stuff here. But we know that here we have another T intersection now. This has to be that. With a border here and a border there. Now we know. This here, this there, and this here. All of these are complete regions. This one has to go here to take this part. Here we have a T intersection, so I have to go there. We also need to include this tile, obviously. We have this shape then. This region here, these yellow ones, can only be reached by this one. We need a border here. So we have another border there that I forgot to draw in the beginning. So we need to complete this like that. Sorry for the mistakes I'm making. But yeah, shit happens. Okay, shape bank. All regions must be one of these shapes. I was stuck at the beginning of this for the longest time because I didn't see the mingle shape for like 10 or 20 minutes until I realized it's not as difficult as I thought it would be. So let's start here. We need at least two, right? We have 2 or 3. We can't end with 2 because of the Bricky problem here. We have to do this or that. Now it's pretty easy to see that we can't have that because here we would create 2 T intersections. We would have to seal them off with a 3 in a straight line. But we create another Bricky problem here, right? That we can't fix. So that has to be a straight 3. This one then has to be a 2 or a corner 3. That means we can draw this border already. It can't be a corner 3 into this direction because of the Bricky here, so we can also draw this border. But it could be a 2 or a 3 like this, okay? We need something here to prevent this Bricky problem, and we need something here as well. But there is nothing to see here. This is what I was stuck at for the longest time until I saw, oh, I can't have a mingle shape thing, okay? And I think the way to look at that was, what was it? What was it? I don't even know what it was, but it was something that I can't have here because that would create a double 3. Can I have a 2 here? Yeah, I think this is not possible because you would need a 3 here, like you can't have the 2 again, right? And then you have this problem here that you can only fix like this. This cannot stay a 2, but it could be a 3 in this direction. It can't be this. Yeah? It would have to be this. But what to do with this then? You can't, like you have this problem now, you can't extend it to a 3. So it's not possible to prevent this. And that's why this cannot be a 2. I think it was something like that. Maybe this is more complicated. Maybe there's an easier way to see this. So you have this here. This then can only be a straight thing, either 2 or 3. There was something else here. I think it's this. This is what I saw that can't be done. Yeah. let's see, does this work? You would have a problem here that you would have to prevent, and you see you would have two 2s next to each other. Actually, this was what you could see before, that because you would need a 3 for that, and then you would have another 3 there around the corner, so that didn't work. So, but also like this, you can see that you can't extend this this region here. You need a border here, which means you need to prevent this somehow. You can't have a 3 anymore. You also you could have a 2, however, or it's a 3 like that. But you can't go there for sure, so we can draw this border. That means this has to be a straight 3, right? And this can only be a 2 then. This here must be a an extension of a 3 then, right? And can it be this? Then we would have a straight 3 here, that looks okay, and a 2 there. This would be a straight 3, that also looks okay. You have to look in advance here for some deductions. So this must not be working. You would have a 2 here, but what would you put here? Yeah, to prevent this T intersection here. That's not possible. You need this here, and a 3 here, and a 2 here. That means this has to be a straight 3, and this has to be a straight or a corner 3. That's unclear. But you have 2 more Bricky problems here. Now none of these can be straight 3s, right? Because we are on the straight 3 right away, so we can draw these borders here. And then in turn means that this one has to turn in there. This can only be a 2 then. And this is a 3. Man, I'm hoping I'm not... I don't remember the solutions to these puzzles. So I'm hoping I'm not making any mistakes here. So here we have 2 and 3. Can't have 2. That has to be a corner 3. Here we have a T problem. That has to be a corner 3. This one must be a 2 then, because we have these 2 shapes already right next to it. We need to extend out of here. None of these 2 can stay a 2. This one can only become a straight 3, right? Which means this is a 2. Here we can't have a straight 3 because that's a 2. We need a corner 3, and it works. I'm so happy. Okay. There is another 6. This one is very difficult also. Let's start by looking at what was it. I think it's... I mean, the only thing that you can deduce from the layout of the tiles is, like directly, is that this 3 is completed either like this or like that. Which means you need these 2 tiles, right? But you can't deduce anything else from this. So the thing to look at is this here. I think it's not possible to do this here. Like, you can only solve this in 2 fashions, right? Either like this, with the 3 sticking out there, or like this, with the 3 sticking out there. Those are the 2 options here. And it will also affect this here. Like, because you will have to take care of this Bricky situation. Yeah, so these 2 are always in parallel. So what is not possible is to do this here and that here, because then the 2 would have to prevent this Bricky problem here, and you would come up with a shape that is not allowed. Okay? I found it very difficult to find this. So you have to do this here. And then you have a 2 up there now, but you can't see if this goes here or there. Like, you can't deduce anything here. Not for the time being. You know that you need 2 here, right? Which means, like, for the T intersection here. That means this has to be completed like this. And there was something here now, but I'm not quite sure if you can see that already. What was it? Yeah, I need to show this first. That what was it? That this is not an option here. And that is why, because this tile would now have to be completed like this symbol, right? Which means here the 2 would have to go here to prevent the T, which in turn means that this 3 would need these 2 tiles at least. Okay? And now you're getting to the problem. This one can't be completed like this anymore, which means it will have to go here, and you have a Bricky problem. Sorry for this long deduction, but I don't see any other way to deduce something else here. This is not allowed. You have to go up there. Yeah? And then in turn means you need to prevent this here. You can only do this with this one. Well, actually, doesn't matter. You need two here. This could also be down here potentially, but like if you do this and this, you come up with the same problem that you had before, right? That you will have to put this down here, and then you have a Bricky problem here. So we can in fact already conclude this, and now you can see that you have to extend this here, because you will have the end of like you will have a corner here. Either you have the 2 like this, right, where you have to prevent the Bricky, or if the 2 goes like this, then you have the 3 up here, right? So you definitely need this shape. And now, you know, the 2, like I could have seen this from the other side actually. It doesn't matter. Here you have these 3, you can't have the 3 here, right, because of 1. Oh no, actually you have to use this here. This is what you need this for. Wait, but no, it doesn't work. What's the problem here? Oh no, you need the 3 here and you have a 2 there. That's it. You need the 3 here to prevent this. You can't have one single tile there, so you have to move it all the way there, and here you have a 2. Okay, man. Getting so confused and just like it's really chaotic. Okay, what's next? We have this here. 3 or 3. Oh yeah, we have this T intersection now. So we need the 2 here. That in turn means that here for this T intersection we need to orient the 3 in this vertical fashion. We need 2 here now. That means this 2 can only be completed like this. This one then must be completed like this. And this 2 is facing down. We can't go here because we are not allowed this shape up there. So we need a border here. But we don't know more here. What can we see now? We can't do that here, right? Because of the T intersection. We need to move like this and like that. This can now only be completed like this with this 2 sticking out to the right. Now again we have a T problem here. So we need this and that. We're not allowed a single shape here, right? So this has to move here. Also this one has to move out of this here. Can it be a 2? No, because the 3 wouldn't be completable anymore. It has to be the 3 itself. So we have 2 here for this T intersection. We need something here for this. Since we can't have a single tile, we need a 3 here. That's the max, and we have another 3 here. Here we have a T problem. We need this and a border there. The 2 has to move down. And I think that's it. 3 here and 3 there, right? Yes, with the 2 up there. Okay. One more difficulty 6 is somewhere here. Where could it be? It's not down there, is it? Let's have it pointed out. It's in the tower here. It's this one. Okay. Bricky mismatch palisade. Quite a difficult puzzle in the beginning, but once you find the entrance to the puzzle, it's actually quite simple. You have Bricky. Yeah, for the Bricky reason, first of all, you can't do this here, right? Because you would create a corner here. That means you need a border here. And given this border, you will definitely have a 2-tile region here. If you move out here, you will have 2 tiles here. Okay? If you don't combine these 2, you need a border here. This will move out here, and you will have 2 here. Okay? That's the main thing to understand in this puzzle, which means all the other ones can't be connected. So let's do this. and draw accordingly, because these borders also create Bricky problems, right? We need to do this. All of these have to be expanded. I'm just drawing the borders for the time being. Like this has to move here, this has to move there with a border here and there. These have to be disconnected. They have moved like this. We have these borders already. We need a border here and there with 2 more borders here and there. Here, this one. We don't know where this one has to extend to, but this one has to move here, which means we need a border here. Here we have a border. This one has to prevent a T-section and this T-section. So now we have another T-section here. This one has to move here with a border there. And we need to separate this one with 1 T-section here and 1 T-section there. Like this. I think that's it. Here we can't see anything yet. So let's just fill the stuff up. Yeah, extend it where we can, where we have to. Let's start up here. This one has to be at least a 3. That's a 3 corner already. So we also can't have 3 corners anymore. And we need to move out of this here. We can't go in there because that would be another 3 corners. So this is already the final shape for a 1. So we don't have 1, 2 or 3 corner. We don't have those available anymore, those shapes, because of the mismatch, right? What else? Here we have a T intersection. This one has to go here also. This one can't be 2, but it could be extended into all sorts of regions. That's unclear. It can't extend there. No, because of the 1. We have this one here already, right? So we need a border there. This one has to extend out of it. Can't stay this, but let's get to the data. We would need at least 3 here, okay? So let's move on here. We don't know if this is connected here. Let's see here. We need a 3 corner. We have the 3 corner there already. So this is a final S here. This one has to go here in order to not have a single tile region. We have that already, right? 3 straight we don't have yet. So this has to go here. Again, we can't have a single tile. It has to move in here. So we have an L also. This one has to become this. And it has to be combined with this one. Otherwise this would be a 2, right? So we have this shape. Here we have the straight 3 now. So this one cannot stay a straight 3. But that means here for this region, even if it goes there, it can't stay like that. It has to include this region here, which means the T is complete here. Here you can see that this one, even if it goes there, it will still have to extend there because because we have the 3 straight already, right? What else? This one needs to be a corner shape, which is not allowed here. We need more. The L we also have, so this has to extend further, but that could be in any way. But if it goes here, it will have to include this one also, these two, because you can't have 1 and 2 separately, right? So it at least has to include here. We have this also. So it has to be here at least. Okay. Here we also have something that can only be connected to this one. Do we have this shape already? It looks similar to this one, but we could extend this potentially, so that's not clear. But we can't go there, right? Because of the tile that would be cut off. So this can't be a single shape. We can't have 2. This must be 1 big region. We have the L here. This cannot stay in L, then that's a large T. Here we have a large 2 and a normal size T. That's all fair. This one has to extend. We can't have that shape. We also can't have the L shape. And we also can't have the long L shape. Where was it? Here. Yeah. So this one has to go in there. And here we finally have our 2. And that's it. Yeah. Okay. So that was all difficulty up to 6, up to difficulty 6. And here is the 7. We have a shape bank. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's start by filling in the ones. Here we can't have 1. We need 2 at least, but 2 would create a Bricky situation, either like that or that, right? Because of the size separation. So we need at least 3. But this could be 4, potentially. So let's see, how can we complete the 3 here? Because I think everything hinges on that. I'm not sure there is another way to deduce more here. Maybe there is, but let's see. can the 2 be completed like this? We would need something here that couldn't be the 2, right? It would have to be a 3. Couldn't be a 4 because of this here, right? So we would have to complete this somehow, right? We couldn't use a 2. We couldn't use a 3 because we have the 3 here. And we also couldn't use a 4 because we have the 4 here. So that's not an option. Like, we can draw this border already. Something has to extend out of it at least 3 long. And it must be 3, in fact, because it touches the 4, right? So we have the 4 here then, because the 3 touches it, right? Then here we have 2 or 4. Let's put that in like this. But in fact, I don't think it can be a 2, right? Because we would need to seal this off with a 2. That is not allowed. A 3 is not allowed. And a 4 is also not allowed. So this has to be a 4 already. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not possible to see more from here. Like, could you see the 4? Because the next 2 steps are quite long. Is that possible? 2 and 4? This could be 2, 3... No, actually that's not possible. No, let's do this with the other thing. With the 2. Let's go on with the 2. Can we have the 2 like this? That is the main question. If we had the 4 like this here, we would need 2 here. It's not allowed. We could use 3 like this, but then we would have Bricky here, right here, and here actually. And we can't move it onto this, so it's not possible. 4 is also not possible because we have the 4 up there. So the 4, if the 2 is like this, the 4 would have to be positioned like that. Okay? And then, how would we be able to complete this here? We can only have 1 or 3 in this tile. 3 is obviously not possible because this would have to be 1. Then this would have to be 3, right? And then we could only put another 2 in here. But this we can't seal off anymore. We would need 3 at least. We have 3 here. 4 is also not possible, so it doesn't work. Unfortunately, I didn't find anything easier to deduce that the 2 has to be here. Then we need the 3 like this here. Here we can't have a 4, right? Like, that interferes with this one, so this can only be 1, which in turn means this one has to be the 4. Okay? Then we need something here that can only be a 2, right? 4, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 we have already. And we need something here then. Now we can look at this. Can this be a 3? A 2? Can only be a 2. Or it could be a 1, right? 2 is not possible. 2 is also possible. 3 is not possible because of the size here. And 4 is also not possible. So is this a 1 or a 2? If this was a 2, we would have 2 problems here with the t's. And we couldn't use a 3 because of the size separation. We also can't use the 4. So this must not be a 2. It must be a 1. So now we only have 2 or 3 here. 3 is not possible because of the size separation. It has to be a 2. Then here we can have 1 or... what is it? 3? Could be all of it, actually. And here we have 1 or 3 also. Okay. Let's look at this here first. Because I think we need something else here. Here we can have 1 or 3. But a 3 is not possible again, right? No, this has to be 1 then. Which means here we can only have 2 or 3. And here it's 3 or 4. What was it here? I don't know, I think I need to proceed here somehow. This is 3 or 4. Could it be a 4 like this? No, because this needs to be a 4, right? We have 2 and 3 right next to it. So this can only be a 4. I can't put a 4 in here. So this needs to be a 3 then, which has to be like this. Yeah, I think that's it. So here we can only have 2 now. We have 1, 3, and 4 surrounding this tile. So can this be a 1? No, because then we would need a 4 on top of it. Like to seal all these T intersections here, but we can only have 3 here, so this has to be the 3. Here we need something, however, and that can't be 3, can't be 2, it has to be 4. Now that shows us that this 4 is either completed like this or like that. We can already put in these tiles here, these borders. And here we can only have a 2 now, because we have 3 and 4 around it. This could only be a 4 or a 1. No, we don't know anything here yet. Let's go on here. This would be 1 or 4, right? But if it was 1, we would need a 2 here, which we already have there. So this must be 4 then. No, it must be 3, sorry. This is a 4, this is a 3. And here we have 2 and 3 right next to it. 1 or 4. 4 is not possible because of that one here, so that's 1. 2 and 3, yes. Hope I'm not making any mistakes here. Now we have a 2 or a 4 available. We have 1 and 3, yes. So that must be a 2. The 4 is not possible here. The 4 is completed like this. Here we can't have 2, that must be 1 then. We need to seal this off, and we can't use a 4 here, so that's a 3. So here we have 1 or 2. Wait, I could have had 1 there also, right? Why did I put in the 2 there? Could have been a 1, yeah. So let's see what we can have here actually. Because can we have a 1 here? That would mean here we need a 3. Like also we need something above here. Actually we can draw this already in. There can't be 4, so we have 2 regions here. The question is if it's 2 and 3 or 1 and 3 or whatever. But you can already see if you put 1 in here, you will have to extend this one to a 3. You can't make it a 4, which means you have this situation here, which is not possible. You can't use 3, you can't use 4, you can't use 3. So there's no way to remedy this. This must indeed be a 2 here, and this must be a 3. Which means here you can have only a 2, right? Because a 4 doesn't fit. You have 1 and 3 already. And the 2 can't move here, right? So it has to go here. And then you have to go up there because you can't leave this a 2. And then you have 1 and 3 here, okay. You need something on top of this here. This cannot be a 2, it has to extend to a 3 or a 4. It can't be a 3, so it must be a 4 at least. Until here. The 3 has to be completed in a horizontal fashion, right? Like this at least. I think we need something else here. Or was it this already? I'm not sure. There is something to deduce here, but I'm not sure what it was exactly, and if I can do it already. But I think it's time to look at this first of all. Can I have something here that is not the 3? It would be a 4. No, it's not possible. Like here, if this was not... If you had a border here, that's the question. You could have 1, right? But then you would need something here that couldn't be 2 or 3. It would be a 4, right? It would have to be a 4. Okay, if this was not a 1, it couldn't be a 2 because of Bricky. It couldn't be 3 because you're next to it, and it couldn't be 4 because this one has to be a 4. This one can't be a 3, it has to be a 4. So if you don't have that, there's a 1 here. Like if you have the border here, you need 1 in here, and if you have a 3, you still can only fill in a 3 like this. Yeah. So this is a given, and then you know that you don't need the 3 in here. You can have a 1 there still. But what else? I think there was something else here. Man, it's difficult to see now. What was there something about the 2? 2, 4. Oh yes, you can't have this here, obviously, but you could have 1 there, right? There's no Bricky violation. If you do this... I think I always overlooked that I could put a single tile there and I'd use something there. I can't have 2 here, obviously. But I can have 1. So, I'm not sure. So let's look at the stuff that we need here. Can this be 1 here? Ah, that's what I overlooked. The 4 cannot be extended here. Yeah, because of the Bricky thing. So that's why I need this back here. Yeah. Now I can look at the other thing. Like, if you had 1 here, like basically you can have 1 or 2 in this section here, right? Let's start with the 2 then, since I drew it already. So if you have 2 here, you have these 2 borders, and you need to take care of these. You can't use 2 because 2 is here, so that would have to be 3 and 3 because we have 4, right? You would have 2 3s here, okay? Focus on the shape, on the layout, yeah? If you had 1 here only, you would have to take care of these 2, which would have to be a 3, right? So that means in any event you have these borders here, okay? And that's important because you need something here to prevent this. And this can be a 2 or a 3, right? You have the 4 here, but in fact it can't be a 3 because either you have a 3 here or you have the 3 there, okay? As I just showed before. So this must be a 2, in fact. And that shows you that this 2 has to go there. And then you can go on whatever way. I don't even know what. I think it was something here, maybe? This one can't be a 2 now. So it could be 1. There's something else here. What is it? The 3 can go there or there. Oh yeah, this one can't be here, first of all. That's important, so we need this border. Could still be 1. But I also can't move there now with the 4 because we would create a Bricky problem here. So that means the 4 has to be positioned like this. And then we need the 3 here, right? I mean, I demonstrated that like I can't extend the 2 here. And there can only be 1, and we have the 3 here. But what about this one here? This can't be 2 now. Okay, yeah, so it has to be 1. Which means we need 2 here to prevent this T problem, and we have 2 and 3 here like this. So, what's next? It's something up here. Oh yeah, this one has to extend. For a long time already this had to extend. You can also draw this border now. And what is it? I need something here. I need this border. Oops. I can't extend the 4 here because of the Bricky problem. So I need to extend it there. This could be 1. What was it here? It's not easy to find these things again and again. You could have 1 here and 2 that appears possible. If you expand this here. Here you could have 2 or 4 only, right? You have 1 and 3 right next to it. Can't be 4, so this has to be a 2. But it can't be like this, because then I would need another 2 like this, right? Yeah, I couldn't put 2 1s in there. So the 2 has to be completed like this with 1 there, which means I need at least a 3 here, and I can't use a 4, so this is a 3. So I think now it's like the only thing that makes sense is to look at this here, sort of, right? But this can be 1 with a 3 here. Oh yeah, it can't be 2, right? And it can't be 3 and 4. So it's that simple actually. This cannot stay a 2, it has to be a 3 at least, and it can't be a 4 because it's up there, so we have a 3 here. This one has to be 1 or 2. Could be 1. No, it can't be. If we had 1, we would need 2 here. Touching the 2, so this has to be a 2. Can't be 3 or 4, yes. And that in turn means that this 3... No, wait. We need the border there. That's what that means. Here we could have 1 or 4. 1 would be possible. Then I would need a 2 is not allowed, 3 is not allowed, a 4 here. That would work. But I need something here. Right, all these... I'm just... Yeah. 2 and 1? No, I'm looking at the 1 actually, right? This is what I'm looking at. If this is 1 or 4. Could also be 4 like this, right? And I think, if I remember correctly, this is the right way to solve this. But why doesn't the 1 work? We would need 2. We could do a 4 like this, no? I don't know. Maybe I'll have to look somewhere else. 1 or 4. Let's look at this one here. This is 1 or 4. This is also 1 or 4. Yeah, so it's actually around the corner. Like, if this is 1, this has to be a 4. If this is 1, this is the 4. It's the exact X shape here. What is this here? This is 2, 1 or 2. Doesn't really help. 1, 4. What am I missing? Here, if I have 1 there and 4 here, then I would need this here, which is totally fine. I would also have to stay a 2. Am I overlooking something here? No. 2, 3, 2, 1. I don't know the next step here. Oops. And I don't see any issue with the 3. With the 2 here. I'm so stuck again. And yeah, that took 1.5 hours, and I'm not even done yet with this puzzle, but I will manage within 1.5 hours. Let me see, there must be something here. And it must have to do with this one. Can I have this here? Then I would need 4 in here. It could also be a 1 only, again. Like, the 1s are breaking my back here. 1 and 4. 2, 2. Huh. 2, 1. 1. Let's look at the other thing in more detail. This would have to be 1 now. We would need 2 here. Oh, I think this is wrong. I remember now that this is not possible. Here, I think you can't complete this here, because either you do 2 like this, or you need 2 here again. Yeah, I think it's that. Like, even if you can move out here, which you can't because you have 3 and... No, 3 would be possible. No, 3 Bricky. That's a total no-go, this situation here. So you need 1 there and a 4 here. Okay. So then you have 2 here. This can't be 3, can't be 4. So here you need what? 1 or 3. 3 is not possible. So this must be 1, which means here you need 3 or 2. 3 again is not possible. So that's a 2, which means here you can only have the 3 now, right? Here you need 1. Here you can only have 2. You have like a 1, 2, 3. You have 3, 2, 4 around it. Now you have 1, 2, 1, 3, 4 around it. This has to be a 2. Here you can't add a 2, right? That must be a 1, which means you need 2 here, and you can't make this a 3. It has to be a 1. Okay, well, almost 1.5 hours for just one section. Man, that's crazy. Okay, let's move on to Loopy, the worst of the worst. It is a very good mechanic, but the puzzles are crazy difficult sometimes. So let's start with 3 difficulty 4 puzzles. I think the first one is here. Yeah, we have a precision 26. We have 78, that's 3 times 26. So we have 3 regions, and we can know, because of the loopy, that we need to draw these frames around the edges here. This frame around the edges, these 2, right? These are 2 regions. We cannot combine them because that already creates a region of 31. Yeah, they must be separate. And the main task is now that, because they can't be separate, you need to combine these blue tiles here, right? We need these things to prevent the Bricky, right? The Loopy. And yeah, you need to do it so that you sort of like provide here the counterparts on these borders with the corresponding region. Took me very long to solve this the first time because I didn't approach it logically, but there is a way to do that, and let me see if I can get the point across. Now basically you have to move this one there, right? You have to connect it somewhere. There are 3 openings. One is here, one is here, and one is here. This one effectively counts as one opening, sort of, yeah? So can you use this one here to get to this one? Like, is this at all valid if you don't have the other ones? Can you only have this one to get there? And that's not the case, because you would have to come in from here, and then you're losing this tile. Yeah, you can't color this tile, but you need to color every tile in this puzzle, because you have 78. You have three regions only, right? So this is not an option to reach it. You have to come through here somehow, okay? Now the question is, how do you get into this part here? Can you do that from here? No, because you're losing this tile now. Yeah? It's not an option. That means you have to come in from here. Like, you can draw this connection. This is a must, otherwise you can't solve this puzzle. Okay? You can draw on the borders where you're sure of them. Those are definitive borders, okay? So now we already know here we need something else that can only be yellow from here. Okay? And that in turn means that here you also need blue, which means here you also need yellow. Okay? What else? Now, here you need something else. That can't be yellow, right? If it was yellow, you wouldn't be able to reach the target tile here sort of anymore. So this can only be green. And while it could come from here, if it did, you wouldn't be able to complete this here anymore. Yeah, you need some blue here somehow, right? So it has to come from here, like this, which in turn means you need blue here also. But more importantly, it means you need blue here also. So this blue can only come from here now. Yeah, it has to be somewhere here, which means here on this tile you also need green here. Here you need green on the other side, which means here you need blue again. Okay? Now here you need blue as well, because of this border. In this tile you need blue, which is here is green. And here you have blue now, that means you have green here. And that shows you need to use this pathway here to get to blue. Have to go there. This one can't be yellow, right? It has to be green here for the border. And then you can finally reach this. Yeah. Question is, however, how to reach it. Which way? You could also do this or that, like you don't know yet, yeah? But the main point being, first of all, here you need green, yellow also, right? It can only be yellow like this, which means these are all yellow. Here we need blue. And now let's look at yellow. You have 23 tiles left, okay? At 23 tiles, you need 3 more. Where can you add them? There are essentially only 3 tiles left now. You can add one here, making this connection like this, which means you need green here. And this is unclear. And there are 2 more tiles here. Those are the only tiles you were able to add. Like you wouldn't have been able to do this here, or that here, because you would be cutting tiles off. So this is a final shape with the 26, okay? And now you can see that you can only connect blue like this or like that, like this and like that. And you have 25, you need one more. What a surprise, it's the one that we have left. It's a really nice puzzle if you solve it this way, instead of just chaotically trying connections here and there to see what works. It's a very simple puzzle if you follow this logic, basically. But yeah, it's a nice puzzle. So that was the first one. There is another difficulty 4 under the bridge here. We have Loopy again, so we need these frame tiles here. We need this here, these borders, right? And I solved this by looking at this, if this is possible, right? You would need the border here. This would have to extend out, and because this can't go here anymore, right? You would create a T intersection. You need these borders also. So the 3 can only be completed like this, because the 4 will have to move around here. And there you already have a problem. You can not do this here, and like you can't deal with this anymore, right? There is a 3 already that you can't prevent anymore. You can't go like this, can't go like that. So that's not an option, yeah? And that means in turn that you need this border here. And given that you have the straight border, the 4 has to go there. What was the next step here? Yeah, the 3 can't go there now because of the T problem. You need this border, sorry, which means this extends here. And since you have the corner here, the 4 has to move around the corner. But once it goes there, you have a T problem again. So this has to be the final shape of the 4, like this, which means you need another border there. Here, you can't move over this corner, right? You would always, like, you would have to extend this, and you can't, so you need a border here, which means the 3 is completed like this. Then the 4 goes here. You have these borders. You can only go up once, so you need to go down here. And then you can't, again, move over this corner, because you would have to do this in order to prevent a T. So that has to be the final shape for the 4. You can add this here. Here you need another border. Here you need another border, and you can easily connect them to complete the puzzle. So there's one more 4 here, I think. Yes. Again, we have the frame tiles here. Come on. Like this. Okay. And then we can ask ourselves how to complete this 4 here. That would be the first thing to think of, but you wouldn't be able to prevent a T problem in at least one position here. Those are the 3 options for the L. So that's not an option. You could think about doing it on the other side. I'm doing this first because this also doesn't work. Because you would be able to do this here, right? Not touch it at all. Yeah, but then you have the problem with this one here for obvious reasons, like either like this, it doesn't really work, or you could think of doing this here, right? And then you would have to do this, however, and here you would need a border for this one, so it doesn't work. Or you could try, no, it doesn't work. You also can't do this. You can't find a configuration. Like this would be necessary here, these 2, but you can't add the L to it. Like there, yes, it does make sense, but here you're having a problem already, right? Yeah, it doesn't work. Like also this doesn't work with this here, because you have the T there then. So I think there is no valid way to build this like this. This is the final shape. Now here, you can't draw it like this, obviously. You also can't do that because of this. So you need a corner here and that then. And now you can already see that you have this. You can't go in there with the thing, right? You would only construct a problem, sort of. So you need this here and go there, but you don't know where to extend, even though it's easy to guess that it has to go there and that this will create a problem, right? Let's leave it open for the time being, and And let's look at this one here. You need these shapes here by now, right? So this one can only be completed like that. There's no other way, which in turn means that this one must be completed like this. Otherwise you would, like here you can't go, you would have to, you also need this by the way. Like here you can see that you can't go there, and the only way to complete it basically is like this now. Yeah? So we need a border there. We can already complete this here, right? This has to be a separate shape from the outside. No, wait, actually that's not true. That's not possible. This has to be connected, and you need this here. Okay? So this is part of the thing. This can only be completed like this. And now we can see that we can't do that because we would be creating a T intersection here. We need to do this. And this one has to be one region, with this also being part of the outer frame. So that's 46. Wait, what? Oh no, 54, yeah, right. So there's one difficulty 5 puzzle. I think it was here? Yeah. Oh yeah, this one also. It took me so long when I first solved this. Now, at least I know what to look at, because I didn't even take into account the size separation entirely. I was so focused on the loopy thing. That's the thing with these puzzles, that sometimes you're so distracted by focusing on loopy that I don't realize that there are other factors that you can look at, sort of, yeah. So that's the beginning here, I think. Yeah. Okay. The 2 cannot be here because of the T section, right? So we need this border here. It means the 2 has to be completed like this. Here for this T problem, we need a 3 like... Oh wait, no. The 3 also can't go in there. I drew this border without realizing, because of the T problem, yeah? So it has to be here and completed like this to prevent a loopy problem here. Wait, no. No, what am I doing? I can't have 3. I'm in Bricky now. Damn it. Now stuff is getting mangled up in my brain already. Oh man. What is happening? I can't go like this with the 2, and I can't go like this because both of them would be loopy. I need to go here. That's it. And for the same reason I can't go here with the 3, right? And in fact, I need like... I can't go here. Yeah. And I can't go here. Wait, this is not right. I can't go here and I can't go there. That's it. Oh man, I need to get the loopy and the Bricky straight in my head now. Oh man. It's gonna be so difficult. So we have the 3 here, but that's correct. And we have 4 here and not 3. Yeah. Here we have a potential loopy. We can only prevent it like this. Yeah. We need to draw the borders here now. Man, I so have Bricky in my head still. Damn it. I hope I'm not gonna mix this up now. So the 4 has to extend here. The 6 has to extend here. The 4 then has to be completed like this, and the 3 must be in this shape. The 6 has to extend there in order to prevent a loopy. Yeah. But why is this? Yeah. We have 3, then we need 4. Yeah. Okay. So this one can't be 1, right? Because there's a 1 right next to it with the side separation. It has to move out. And since we have 2 corners here, we can't add borders. We have to go all around. That's the 4 already, right? Which means here we need another border to prevent the loopy. Here we also need a border to prevent the loopy. And this one cannot be 1. It has to be here. And I can't draw a border now to prevent the intersection. I need 3 at least. And here the 6 has to span the entirety of this border also. So we have 4 of the 6 already. This 6 has to be expanded here. And here this 5 has to go all the way there. Yeah, I think we can look at the 6 now. Usually I solve this first, but the 6 you can already see. Oh yeah, here we also have another problem with 3 tiles, 3 borders meeting already. We need a 4th one. So in which way can we complete the 6 at all? Can we add this tile here, for instance? We would have a border here, and because of this border here, I would only be able to go here if I went there. So that's 6 already. And what about these tiles? Like we have a loopy problem here then. Yeah. So if I don't do this, I could only add these 2 tiles and this would be a loopy problem here. Yeah. So that means I can't move down there. Can I move up there then? Again, we have the same problem here with the border. If I go there, I have to go there, and I'm creating a loopy problem there. If I don't go up, then I only have these 2 left. And this one can't be fulfilled. So that means I can't go there. And that only leaves 3 tiles left, and the 6 can only be completed like that. Here we need a border now. Here we need a border now. Here we also need a border. That's 2. Let's go on here, I think. This 6, could it go here? It would have to go up there, and 2 6s would be touching, which is not allowed according to the size separation, right? So it means I need these borders here. And that in turn means that I need these 3 tiles connected because of the straight borders here, right? And if I were to extend this 3 to a 4, because of this situation here, I would have to add these 2. So now the 6 here could only be completed like that, but that is exactly 6 and 6. Again, with the size separation, that doesn't work. That means this has to stay a 3. And since the 6 can move here maximum if it goes there, like we're lost here, we can't do that. It will have to go there. That means it has to go there also. And then it can't exit this, and that means it also can't be this. It has to be this shape. Okay? And that tells you that you have 3 here going like this all the way, and it has to connect to the 8 because otherwise there would have been a T problem here. That's exactly 8. Perfect. We have 2, this border here. Here we need 2 with a border here. Here we need 2, and here we need 2. But I think it's easier to go on from the other side now. Was there something here already? Not sure. Loopy. I'm not sure. So let's look at this here. We need 2 here at least. We can't do that here, right? Because, like, can we actually? Like, this would work. Then this would go all the way. Is there any problem here with the size separation? This would be 5. We have 5 here, so we would have to extend it to this here. I never saw this option here actually. But the main problem being that you can't complete the 7 anymore. Like this, you would have to do 5 like this, and the 7 would create a T here. So I never looked at this option actually, because I always solved the 5 in a different fashion here, but actually it shows you that you can't extend here. You need this, which means here you need to extend, and to prevent the loopy here, you need to combine these 2 regions. Yeah? And that means here you need 1 combined region of 4 tiles at least on this on the top of the 5, right? And since you're like going over the corner here, you need to add all the 3 tiles. That is 7 exactly. So let's fill this in. Here you need a border then. Here you need a border, right? And here you need a border. And given that you have a single tile here, this one cannot be a single tile. You can extend this already. Here we have 2. These have to be combined. Let's make this a different color. No, blue is okay. But they could potentially extend, right? So, what to do next here? This one is the most difficult part. Let me see if I can get this straight again. Yes, I think it is about, let's put this one in also. It is about the 6, but there should be something here also. What was it here? This is not possible, right? Because you can't do this now. You have to go there and these 2 are touching. That's it. You need a border there. Yeah, that's it. But this could be 1. There's nothing preventing that from happening. Yeah, I don't see anything easier than the stuff I'm going to show you now. It's not super complicated, and there are more complicated ways to solve this, but that's the easiest thing that I found, like basically how to complete the 6. Yeah. You could also look at how to complete the 4, but I think that's... But maybe that does work now. Actually, maybe let's look at the 4. Like if the 4 was completed like this, the 6 here, like, is already over the corner. It would have to go all the way here, but that's 3 regions, right? Like, it's 4 borders, but here you have 3 borders, right? So that's not an option. Wait, like this. Wait, no, that needs to stay there. So the other option would be like this, but you have exactly the same problem. So that tells you, first of all, that this can't be completed like in a square shape. It's impossible. Could you complete it like this, however, with both on one side? That's not possible here. You would have to use these tiles, and then like you would have a problem with the 3 borders here. Yeah. So could you do it like this potentially? Here that would be okay. Here that would be okay. I think that's actually difficult to show. No, that's actually too difficult to show. I don't want to fuck up the whole thing. I only want stuff that's easy to show. Anyway, we figured out that you can't have a square shape here. So let's look at how we can complete the 6 at all. Like these 2 options we showed already, they don't work. Okay. Can you move up here? Can you use this up here? Again, we have the T problem, so you can't move there. We can already draw a tile there. So you need 2 more tiles. We can't do this. Can we do this? You would have a region here, right? And another region there. That's definitely 3 tiles somewhere. 3 borders somewhere. Even if you draw a border here like this, you will end up with a problem here then. Oops, somehow. Like this is 4. Wait, this does work actually, doesn't it? No, here. Here you have 3 borders then. Yeah. So you can't go up there also. So the only option would be this here, and here you can't do that. And this is the final option that you would have to prevent this there. So what would happen here? You would have a border here and there. The 4 would have to be here. There's already the problem. That would also have been the problem there, I think, right? You would have had to extend the 4 here, because you can't have the square shape here. Because of this, you need to extend this. Yeah. Actually, that's much easier. So that's not an option here. Which means you can only complete the 6 like that. 1 in each way. And that means the 4 has to be completed like this. Here we need a border now. This has to extend all the way. It can't be a 4 though, right? So you can't do this. Wait. You need these borders here. Which means you need to combine these 2 groups to one big group. In order to prevent a Bricky situation, Loopy situation up there. Here you need a... Here you need a border. Here you need a border. This is 1 in fact. You need 2 here. What else can you see here? You can't do that. Because then you would have these borders and this would be the same shape right next to each other. So you have this now. Which in turn means this one has to move here in order to prevent Loopy here. But if you do this, you will get the same shape twice. So you need a border there. Which in turn means you have to do what? I'm not sure. What is it? This can be 3. Can you combine these? No, you can't. Did I make a mistake? No, but this was M. This was not possible. Wait, was it possible? Was this possible? Let me see. But I showed that it's not possible, right? You would have these here. Ah, yes, this is possible, actually. And it's the only way to solve this. So let's see why the other thing doesn't work. If you do this here, you will go in there. Are you already creating a problem here, right? That's not possible. You can't do that here. You need a border here and there, which means you have this. Yeah, and you can't go in there, so you have to fill this here. This is the final problem, so that's the loopy. Man, these puzzles are so difficult. And that was only a 5, right? Yeah. Okay, we have 2 difficulty 6s here. That is 1 there. Loopy, there cannot be a point where exactly 3 borders meet, and we have 2 to 5. Okay. So, what does that mean? First of all, I'm gonna draw in these here. No, I'm not gonna draw them in. Here, I'm gonna draw it in. That shows you, what was that? You can't connect these here, right? Can't do that because you immediately loopy, so you need a border here, and this is also not possible right now. You need this here. So we have 2 here and 2 here. This one has to extend here over the corner. Come on. And do this. It can't go any further here. It can't extend here at least, because then it would have to include these tiles, and that's 7 already. So we know that we have these borders here. But what would happen if we had no border here? We would have this and this here. And then we would have a problem here. We would have to extend out of this. We could do this because we have a range 2 to 5. We're creating a loopy here if we don't extend this there. Yeah, that's it. So we need to do this here. And now that's not a problem because the 3 is completed like this. It means we need 3 tiles connected like this because of the borders here. We can draw these borders. We don't have a size separation here, however. We can't do this because that would add up to 6. We're only allowed a maximum of 5, so we need a border there and here as well. These are 2. So we need 2 here also and a border here. We need a border here as well. This could extend here. If this extended, it would go there. That looks okay to me. I think it's about how to complete the 3 here. I don't know which one is the right way, but if we did this here, we would have to extend this one here and there. That looks very correct to me. So let's try the other one first. We would have 2 3s. This one would have to extend here. And then it would have to go here. We would have 2 and 2. This could be here. No. That all looks very okay to me. But I'm pretty sure that this is the wrong way to solve this. You would have this here now. I think all of this is irrelevant. Let's take this away. This is the main part here. And the 3, how would you complete that? Like, you can do this here. And you can do, no, you can't do that here. You also can't do that here. You can only extend like this here. Which means you have a border here, right? Then you would have to go there. You can't do that because of the Bricky, Loopy thing here. Yeah, that's a bit difficult. I don't know if there's an easier way to see this. To figure that out. Probably there is, but I don't know. I think there's some mystery still about the loopy mechanic that I don't yet fully grasp. But I can solve the puzzles anyway. Look, I need 2 here at least, so I have to span around this, and then here on this corner I also need to prevent the loopy problem. So I have a border here. This is here. The border has to go all the way through then like this, right? Then we have, what do we have? We have 3 here like this for these straight borders. Here we need 2. And now you can see that these can't be combined because that's 6 and we're only allowed 5. So we need borders here and here. These ones have to get out of here. 2 at least, right? So next I think, oh yeah, we need 2 here also. It's time to look at the 4 here. And what was it? I need 2 here also. Yeah, you can see now that this is not possible, right? So we need these 2 borders. Oh no, yeah, that was correct. That's not possible because we would have 5, where we are only allowed 4. What was this thing? Like, I know that the 4 needs to extend here, but it was something about this down here that I wanted to look at. I think it's, if it's possible to have a border here, I think it's this, because I think the right way is this. I think it's not possible to have this border here. You would have the 4 here, you would have this border here. This would have to spin around here. So if you have this, you are going there. And if you don't have this extension with the blue region here, you would still have to go up there, right? So this would be a definitive thing. But this doesn't work here. Why? Yeah. Like you would have to, like if you have this here as a square sort of thing, right? Then you would have to extend this here. And then you have 3 regions touching. There's no way you can prevent, like, yes, you can do this, okay, I'm sorry. You can do it like this, but then you have the problem here, right? Or is there another thing that I'm overlooking already? And then this would have to be 4, and here would need something else. Like you can drag this on, eventually you're gonna get to something. Yeah, there's no way to prevent this here, right? Like this would be a must. Anyhow, it's not possible, like this. And if you were going in there, it becomes very apparent that immediately you're creating the problem, like here or like here, right? So that's why all of this is not an option. You have to extend this out of here. Which means the 4 has to go here. And it can't go down here because you would need this and that. That's 7. That's too much. It can't stop here, right? Would only be able to stop here if you did this. And then you would have a single tile here because you would need... Oh, come on. You would need borders here all the way around, right? That's not possible. So... Oh, come on. Let's do it like this now. So you can't move down here. Well, actually, you could do that. You could think about that at least. But again, you would end up with something that is untenable. And the 4 there, that doesn't work. So it has to move either up or to the right. First of all, we need this here. But there was something more precise. This is too cumbersome, this path here. I showed that this one is not possible, right? Yeah. But actually it is possible. This is not possible. You will have the 4 here, and you can't go like... It could touch like this, but again, you have this problem. No, there is something else. This is not the right solution that I'm taking here. I can't do this right here. I can't have a single tile here. There is something much more precise that I'm overlooking, and I don't know what it is. The 5 is complete already. That's it. So we have this here now. And we need at least 2, so we have this. Oh, yeah. That's what I overlooked. I need to go here now. We need 2 here. Okay. So I can't combine these 2. I need these borders. Which means here I can go up, and I can't leave it like this. That was the problem before, because I only had 1 tile into this direction. And I can't go there, right? I have to go there. And that must be the shape. And it means that these two regions must be combined. Yeah, this one has to move out of here. And since it goes over this corner, it has to go there. Here we need a border. It can't combine with the 4 because here we would create a T intersection. So we also can't we also can't have a border here now, right? That's not allowed. So we need the 4 like this, and this region has to spin around it. We can't combine the 2, that would be 7. So we need borders. And then I don't think there's more stuff to do here. Now it's time to look at the 4. But first of all, here this is not possible because you would create a region of 6. 5 is the max, so we need these borders, and here we have 2 now. Can we have a border here? But I think that's not easy to see. I think it's about this thing here. If this can be like this. Because then you would need a border here and like this. You would have to expand all the way here or there again. It's the same basic game, right? You would need these borders here. And you would have to move out of here. And then you're creating the problem. Even if you do this, you would have the problem here. Yeah. So, that's not possible. You need a border here. It means you have a border here and 2 like this. And now you can see that these have to be combined. Otherwise you would have a problem with the loopy here in this intersection, right? What else? This one has to extend here. And has to move all the way there then. This one can't span the top of this. That's... no, actually it can. No, actually we have the T problem here. So yeah, we need these borders here. And that's a 5 like this then. I can't extend this here because that's 6 already. In order to not create a T border intersection here. So this must be complete like that. Also, I needed the border there for this, right? Oh no, wait. I need the border here. Could I go there? It's also not allowed. No, that's 6. So that's indeed like this. We need a border here then. Here we need a border. This one has to be at least 2. It has to go there then to prevent a loopy problem. And this one can only be a 2 because of the border down here. This one must be 2 at least. We need a border here now. And now we just need to figure out how to connect 2 of these regions, of 3 potentially. This here would be 2, like, you can't connect this one to that one. That's 6. But if you go here, you can't connect it to any other region. This is not possible. This would also be a 6. So we need to draw a border here, which means this one has to extend here. And then you can't combine it to this one. You can only combine it to this one down here, like this. And I made a mistake. Can't have the 3 here. Oh no, I have a T here. What is the problem here? Oh, damn it. I made a severe mistake here. But I need this here. Oh, damn it. Can't solve this one. There is a single... Why is there this... Was there something else here about the 4? But this looks perfectly reasonable. I must have made a mistake here. But the 3... I'm not so sure about these borders actually at the moment. But there is 6 here. There, like this border was done like here. To where is... There must be another problem somewhere. I don't want to use the check progress thing. I want to find these mistakes myself. I'm sorry, you'll have to endure that. Like all of this is correct. I'm certain of that. I'm not certain. I don't remember this part here, but like I know that the 4 is correct like this, and I proved why. I had to extend out of this, which means I have to go this way. So it must have been this here, but like I can't have a 6 here. Yeah? And I need this here. So if I have that, I need this. But why not do this, simply? This can be a 3. Ah! Always with the border points, yeah. So I just didn't see that properly with the combination. I just combined the wrong ones. Yeah, it's always the end game where my concentration is just at the end of the stuff. At the end of things. So I think I need one more difficulty 6 puzzle, right? Yes, I need to reach 57. And it was there. Well, that's an easy one compared to the one before. The main thing being here again that you have 2 regions only because of the rose windows symbols, right? And you can't have certain combinations. I'll explain when I get there. Well, first of all, we can figure out that let's take green and blue. Let's make this green and blue inside. This one cannot be the other color, right? Because it would have to connect to the symbols outside, but it's virtually impossible to get outside from here. You can't get out here, right? Because of this border. And you could go here, but then you can't go there anymore. Yeah. So this one must be a green symbol, first of all. And this one must be a blue symbol. Oh, come on, get blue. Yeah. So, but we have these borders here. Could you have, for instance, blue here? No, we just showed that you can't get out of this thing, right? So you can't get in from the red symbol into this border here. So that has to be green, first of all, which means here you need blue. Yeah. So could you have blue here? Again, you can't get out from here, right? So this also has to be green. Yeah? That in turn means this is blue. This blue can come from here. This blue can come from here, basically. But you need blue on one side here, and you need blue on one side of these borders here. So which one is it? Can you use this one here? Like this? No, because now you can't get out here or there anymore. So that can't be it. It must be this side. Yeah? And this side is easily connected here. And now you can see that this must be blue. It can't be green because you only have one combined region, right? Even though you could still think of coming here like this. Actually, let me explain that. Yes. But then you would need green in here all the way. And then you would need blue on both sides of the border here. Which is not possible. Not allowed. So that's why you can't move out there. You in fact have to do this here. Okay. So this is also green. Now you can't get out here. You could do this, however. So let's leave that open. But you need to extend here. You can't go up there, right? Because of the border here. You need to go here. Here in turn we need green. And you can't have green here and blue there. That's not possible. Because, let me show you, I explained it in a previous video. This green will eventually have to be connected to this green. It doesn't matter which way. It will cut the blue, this blue off from the rest of the blue that you already have, right? So that's why you can never have these situations. Yeah, that's not possible. You can't have a border and then green and green like this. Yeah, it's impossible. You always have to combine along the entire border. That also means here, this all must be green, this must be green, and this also must be green, all because of the border here, okay? So that means that the yellow symbol up there must be blue then, right? And we have to connect this somehow to the rest. But what else? There's something else here. What is it? I don't see it now. There was something here. Huh. I don't know what it is now. Damn it. It wasn't this. I need the blue thing first, I think. Something about the blue. And for that I needed to look at something here, because you can do quite a lot here, and I just don't see it now. The borders. It was something here. Oh yeah. Oh wait. Can this be green? You would have blue here and green there. No, that would be possible. Blue and green. Oh, damn it. Why is this so difficult? Blue, green. Oh, man. This is exactly why I practice these puzzles before. Like, I go through them, like, one time just, like, solving again. I solved the last time, like, 2 or 3 years ago, or 2 weeks ago or something. Then, like, solving it once, going through all the puzzles, which takes lots of hours. And then I'm going through them quickly, and so that I basically know the basic steps, sort of, right? You can't memorize all the stuff. Wait, is it the Loopy? Because I never think about the Loopy here, in fact. But no, it's not the Loopy. Like, the Loopy is taken care of by that you have these two shapes, and you can't have... you anyway can't have Loopy. I don't know how you would be able to create a Loopy in this scenario, actually, with the rose windows. Doesn't matter. What the... So was it something here instead? But this could go anyway. Like, I can move here, I can move there, basically, with green there. And so that's not it. It is something here. And I don't know what. Let me draw the borders. To just make sure that I see everything that I need to see. This can be all blue, can be all green, with this being blue. I don't see the problem here. Maybe it was this here, I think. But that would be possible to reach this with blue, right? No, that wasn't it. Yeah, that's possible. Man, it's so annoying. It's also not this thing here. Or is it? You can have green going all around. You can have both of this. Why is this not possible? Because this is not right, I remember that. You would have green here like this. Because you're cutting this. No, but you can just do this. And this would be blue then. Like this. Meaning you had green there. And blue there. All of this is fine. There must be something else. Maybe I just skipped a step and just didn't see something. I didn't solve this properly, actually, this puzzle. Because I totally don't see what I did last time. And I know that this is not correct. But you can totally do this. There is no loopy problem. Why is the... A loopy is only so that you have this frame around here. Yeah, okay, that's it. I'm at an impasse here, unfortunately. Damn it, maybe I have to record all this again, but I'm like already recording more than 2 hours. I need to find this, and I will find it now. I don't care. This is 3. Is there anything else I can deduce here? Well, I mean, what I know is that it is impossible with the blue section to get out of this area. You have to connect up there through here, right? So the only two options are these two actually, right? And while you can, like, you can't go in there and then reach there, right? It's not possible because you have this here. That means you could either go there or there, but that doesn't help you to solve it, because it doesn't tell you, like, you could still go here, right? And like this and like that up there. Damn it. This is really annoying. There must be something here. I'm not seeing. But blue here is possible. Green here is also possible. Why is that not allowed? That's what I want to know. Blue here. This would be green also. This would be blue, yeah. I don't know. Ah, damn it. Oh, annoying. How will this connect? This can this be blue at all? Then it would have to move out here, right? Which is basically possible. You would have blue here as well. That's the problem. It is possible. I know that it's wrong, but why is it? Why does it have to be wrong? That is so annoying. Like, you could put green here and here. It looks very, very fine, but it's not an option. Oh man, I'm so stupid. That's the thing what happens when you solve these puzzles over and over again, and 10 times you always see the obvious stuff. Here, the green symbol. This one has to be blue. Oh man, that took too long. I'm sorry. That's why this has to be green. Oh no, it has to be green. This one has to be green, sorry. Like this. And this one must be blue. Which means it has to connect to the rest of the pack, sort of, right? So it has to move like this. And then this must be green here because of the border, right? And we have this connection. Oh man, I'm so annoyed with myself now. That this took me like 5 minutes at least is really annoying. Anyhow. We have green here, so we need to go around the corner because we need green here as well. So I need to get into the jive again. Here we need blue now. But it could be connected like this or like that. We don't know. But there is other stuff. Yeah, here we need green on this side. This has to be connected. Again, we can't have this situation, right? So this one can only be green now, which means here we have blue. This blue has to move out there. There's no other way, so it has to come from here. Let's make this blue, alright. And then it can only move like this, right? This one has to be green, and this one also has to be green. This one must be green now, which in turn means that all of these must be green because blue can't reach there, which means you need blue here, and you need blue all this way also. Man, really, like, really, why? Why? Damn it. Here we need green now. Here we need blue. That's connected. And then, look, we have blue on this side of the border. That means, like, we can't have green here, right? Because then we would need blue there. But here we would also need blue or green. Like, again, like, if you're touching the part of a corner, you need to spin all the way around it. Because on the other side, you need the different color. So we have this combination here. Here we need green then. Oops, here we need green. Yeah, because of this border. This one still has to find another green. It has to go here, here, and then there it is. Yeah? Which means all of these have to be blue because of this border. Here, this could go here or here, but I can't have green here anymore, right? So we need this. Here we need green. This must be blue, which means green goes here also because of this border. Here we have a border, so this all must be blue. And here we have this corner again, so we must spin around it. This is green now. Could have known this from there already. What else? Here, we can't have green here, right? If we had green here, we would have green here and blue there. And again, we would necessarily cut something off. Oops, wait. So, no, wait. This has to be blue, this has to be green. And this green needs to reach other greens somewhere here. But could go down, could go up. What else do we have? We have a border here, which means again, I can't have green here and blue here. This one needs to extend along the entire border. That's the loopy part of this, actually. Sort of the loopy part. Not really, but doesn't matter. So I need green here on this side of the border again. Need to turn around the corner, which means here's blue, which means this must also be green. Blue can only be reached this way, so this blue has to go all the way up here and connect to the rest, like this. So, like now you can actually easily see that you can't have this connection here because you would cut green off. But there is a different way to show that. Let me just look at it again. What? No, I didn't want to do that. Just wanted to move the mouse. What is it? Yeah, here I need blue. So here I can't have blue and green. I need blue here and green here. This is connected now. That means this has to be green. And now you have this here around the corner. You can only complete it like this. And given that you have this border here, you could have green here, yes, and blue here. But again, you would create an untenable situation because green would connect here, right? That's exactly what I was talking about all the time. If you have blue on one side of the border and another, like somewhere else, you need to connect it. Which means green is here and there. And I made oh no, I need to connect this finally. Is there something that I didn't connect? Must have not connected something. I don't know. Okay. I really like these kinds of windows. Those are my puzzles. Those are sort of my favorite probably. So only one puzzle to go. That's back here, difficulty 7. And we have non-boxy here. Okay, let's fill in the 6s like this. That's also a pretty difficult puzzle. And let's fill in these corner parts here. I'm not going to fill in everything, not to clutter the grid up too much. No, this I don't even want to do. And these are not here. So let me get my bearings first of all for a moment. Because like, I feel like all the information is coming in and like the old information that is pushed out, and like you always need to re-familiarize yourself with these puzzles. So yeah, the first thing is that you can't do this here, right? Because we are in non-boxy. You need these borders here. And yeah, I think it all started here. Furthermore, it's not possible to do this here with the 7. Because like basically you would have, you don't have this border there. Like you have a potential loopy problem here, right? Either you do this, but then you have a boxy thing, right? Which is not allowed. Or you combine this here all, but then you need at least 9. Yeah, so that's not an option. And that's why you need a border here. Also, you can see that it is not possible to have a border here. Because now you would have this. Here would have to move around. This would have to move up. And then there you already have your loopy problem. Yeah, that you can't fix, you can't combine these two, right? So that's why you have to in fact combine these. And you end up with 6. You can't extend it here because of the border here. But you need this. You also can't extend it here because you would have to go there and there. You don't have those tiles. So the only way to extend it is here, in fact. This one has to extend, and in order to prevent loopy on both sides, you need to complete it like this. Then you need a border here. This one must be at least 2. And to become non-boxy, it has to extend here. We need a border there, and then we have this also here. Here we need these three, right? Sorry. And given that we have this border, they also have to span all around here. So this cannot be the 7 because we already have, or actually, no, we have 6, but it can't be the 7 because of Loopy, right? Yeah, I never checked that option. So we need this here, and 7 can't be combined there now because of Loopy, right? So it has to move here. Let's draw in the borders. Here we need a border also. Here we also need a border. This one has to move out to become non-boxy somewhere at least, right? And then it is time to look at... Like you could go on here, but it's very difficult for me. I found it easier to show something here that will have an effect for this side here. So it was about, first of all, how this here is done. Either this one is moving over the edge here, which means it will complete the 6 like this, right? Which will have a border here then. If you have a border here, then this has to move up into the 5. Let me show why, because you would have a border here. This then would be here, like this potentially. And eventually the 6 would have to move up like the 5. Yeah, actually, no, it's much easier actually. Why did I always do this? Like if you have a border here, this one could go there still. No, I need to show that this has to go up here. Damn it. You can't have that. Because it wouldn't be the 5. And then you would need this here for the 6. Oh man, no, why? Like, but there was something. Man, why don't I see these things anymore? If I have this border here, this could combine like this. It would have to combine like this. That's exactly the thing, because we are in the non-boxy. This would have to, like these two tiles would have to be combined with this. Couldn't be combined with a 6 because we would have the the Loopy problem here. And then the 6 moves out here, yeah. And then it could still go like this. The 5 would move this way. Oh no, here we have a T problem then. Yeah, that's not an option. So that has to be combined. Yeah, that's exactly it. And then the 5 couldn't be completed like this. Right, because you have a T problem here, the Loopy thing. It would have to be kind of finalized like this, the shape, right? Which means you still have a border there. So regardless of what you do here, there is a border, which means there is a border here as well. And now you can only ask yourself if this is possible, if this can extend here, or if it in fact has to extend there, creating a shape of 7. I didn't find an easier way to solve this, but this is a difficulty 7, so maybe this is the way to solve it. I'm still assuming there are easier ways to figure stuff out here. Look, if you have this here, you will have a new region in here. This will have to move out, right? Which means, because it has to become non-boxy, right? Which means the 5 would have to extend like this here. But now you can't complete the 6 anymore. You'd have to do this. And here you immediately have a problem that you can't fix anymore. Okay? So that means this is not possible. You need the 7 here. And that is important. Why? Because you need another border here, which means this one has to move all around along this edge, right? Can't move over here because we have 6. We can't prevent the problem here. And now we're getting to where it's really at. This is 6 and we have another border here, which means the 7 has to move here. And then the question is how we can complete this. We can also draw this border here. Can the 7 be here? We have 5, we would need 2 more. We couldn't do that here because we would have to go into the 4 to prevent a T intersection there. So it would have to be this one, right? Which means here, like I would have a straight border like this, that's 7. I would need 6 like this. I would need a border here, and then I would have a single tile here. Boxy. That's not allowed. Yeah? So that means I can't do this here. I need a border here and there, and this one has to extend in there. So I have these at least. I need one more. Where can I do it? Can I do this down here now? That's an obvious no, because you have a T intersection like that. That means I have to go there. This region then has to cover the entire border here, right? The 4 then has to move here. This one also has to extend in order to become non-boxy eventually. Here we have a 4 like this only. And the 6 has one more tile. Perfect, it fits right in here where it needs to be. We need another border here. This one has to become non-boxy. And it already is non-boxy like this. It has to extend there and like this also to prevent possible loopies. Here we can't do this because we wouldn't end up with a T section like this, right? 5. So I need to draw these 2 borders, and this can only become non-boxy like this section here, right? This one still has to become non-boxy. Oh wait, no. Actually, I can only draw this border because this one can actually be combined with this one. I can't draw this border yet. So what else? I think now it was about looking if this is possible here at all. We also have one here. Can draw this in by now. Yes. If this was the case here, what would happen? This would have to move out here. I would need again the 5 here like this. And then I would only be able to complete the 6 like this. Yeah. Already creating a problem here. But also I wouldn't be able to complete the 5, yeah? So that is not an option here. Yeah? This connection here, I can't get over the border here. Because from there everything steps. So how to do this non-boxy? In fact, I have to connect it here. I was just too quick with the borders before. Wait, actually we don't know about this border as well. This could still move out here. We just don't know at this point in time, right? So what we still have these here. How do these become non-boxy? And now you can't do this anymore, right? So you have to complete it like this. That's a 6. Then you have the 5 here. Here you have something that has to become non-boxy. And on top of it, it has to span along this entire, like I can't combine this entire border. So we have 3 here and 2 here. It's pretty obvious we have a loopy problem that we have to combine these 2, right? Here we have 5. Here we have 2. Again, like we have to eventually go over this border because we would only have 5 here. This is loopy, right? So we have to combine these, and the rest is all one big region there. Okay, I hope this made sense, and I hope you could follow what I talked about. Anyway, let's move on with, what was it? This is inequality here. We have one difficulty 3, and that's down here somewhere, this one. Okay, yeah, this is pretty simple. This is, like the smallest this can be is a 1, right? Here, this is the end of a chain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is minimum 5. And this is minimum 3. And we have exactly 8 tiles in here. So it must be this. This is the 3. The 5 has to spin around it. Can't do this, right? Has to go there. So this is definitive. We know that there is a 4 here. We know there must be 1 here. We know there must be 2 here. Can't be there because then I couldn't do this. Any 1 can't be bigger than any other number. We need the 2 like this. This here, we have a mismatch also, so we can't have the same. We can't have 2 here. We have 1 and 2 and 3 corner already, so we can't have 1 here. We can't have 2 here. We can't have the corner 3 here. And we can't leave that alone, right? Because we have that already. So that must be a 4 at least and can't be more, right? Because we have 5 here only. So here we have a 4 straight. We can't separate this down because 1, 2 and 3 are gone. Well, 3 is available, but 1 is gone. So this one here has to be a 4, right? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This has to extend out here. Now here we have 4 bigger than, so this has to be a straight 3. Because the corner 3 is gone already and 1 and 2 are also gone. Straight 3 can only be positioned like this. I can't go down here because there is another tile in the way. So now we have left 11 plus 2, that's 13. We have 4 here, so we're left with 9 for this one here potentially. 9 tiles, and it can only be 5 and 4, right? So that means here on the top of this we need 5, and we can't have this. This is a 4. We need a border here. So here is a 4. This is a 5. Need to extend. The 4 has to move here then. This one has to be 5. This is the 4, and this is the 5 then. Okay, I did this quickly because I wasted so much time already on these other puzzles. We have 3 difficulty 4s. I'm sure there's one down here also, right? No, that's not it. There's one. Okay, now I need to start writing stuff in. Hope it's not too... I don't know how you say that. So here we have one chain. We have 3 to 6 range, right? And non-boxy. So this would be 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's write that in. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Like that. Here we also have a chain. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6, 5, 4, and 3. Like this. And let's start coloring. The 4 has to move here at least. So we can draw in this border. What else? The 6... There was something here. Ah, yeah, we are non-boxy, so I have to do this like that. And then the 6 can only be completed by going out of here. Here, this shape must be at least 3. And it must be non-boxy, so it's at least 4. And here we have 5 and 6, right? So this can only be 4. This one here needs to be a 5. Let me write that in. Even though it's not really necessary so much. And here we need a 6. Like this, right? So first of all, I can't have a boxy 6 here. And like the only way to get out here is here, and the only tile I can take away without creating a region of 1 or 2 only is this one, right? And I also can't take away more because I need to be connected here and I need this connection. So the 5 has to go in there and is completed like this. The 6 then must expand here, and the 5 needs to go there, can't be there because of the 3, right? And the 6 could go in here, yeah. Let's look here first if it has to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, actually it has to. You can see that already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 has to be. But it could go here or there. That is unclear for the time being. We know these borders. Ah, man. Here we need at least 3. Here we also need at least 3. We can't combine them because 5 is not bigger than 5, right? So we need this separation here. The 6 is complete like this. But this has to expand here, right? It has to be a 3. It can't be this, yes. We need 3 at least, right? So the 6 indeed has to be completed like this. The 5 has to move out of here, so we need a border here. No, actually, can we combine this? No, this can't be 5. This can only be 4 here. And it needs to be non-boxy, so this must be correct, right? No, but there's something wrong here. No, I think it is correct, yeah. This must be like this. So the 5 can't be completed like that because we would create a boxy shape here. So the only way is to take this away here and complete it like this. 4 and 5, yeah. Let's look at the 3. The 3 must be non-boxy. Could have done that before. It can't be done like this, right? So the next option would be like this. That's also not possible because 3 is the minimum range that we have, right? Minimum area. So I think that's the only way to complete this, right? Like, is there any way to complete this if it moves this way? It's like this or like that, none of which works, so it has to go here. Then this doesn't work, it has to be this here. Which means you need a 4 here. We need 2 more for the 5. Yeah, that fits. We have 9 left. 2 we need for the 5. That's 7 and 3 and 4. We need, so the 3 can't go well, it can go up here, but the thing is it can't be completed here like this, right? So it needs something down here and then extend either like this or like that. There's no other way. Like if I go like this, I can't go there. Yeah. I'm just like getting confused with all the options by now. So we have the 3 here. The 5 can be completed, like it has to include this to become non-boxy, right? I can't do that here. So it's either this or that. Yeah, if it was this, we would have a boxy situation there with the 4 here, so it can't be this. It has to be this. The 4 then can wrap around it, and the 3 is like this. What else do we have down here? There must be more here. There is something. What is that? That's another 4. Boxy, size separation, and inequality. So size separation means this has to be a 4. We can't have this here, two equal shades next to, or even this here, right? That's not allowed. So this is a 4, which first of all means we need a separator here, because here we are smaller than 4, here we are bigger than 4. This one must be bigger than 4, and it can't go around the corner, so this must be a 5 first of all. That also means that here we need a 6. 6 can't be completed in a straight line, right? So that has to be a 6 either like this or like that. Oops. Yeah. One of these two options. These we need for sure. Okay. What else? Here we are bigger than 4. Here we are smaller than 4. We need another separator. This must be 5 or bigger. Can only be a 6 like this in a boxy universe. This must be smaller. But let's look at this one first. This must be bigger than 5 also, so we need 5 here in a straight line like this. Here we also need to be bigger than 4. Again, we don't have single lines, so we need something that is that spans over 2 lines, like at least a 6 is possible here. Can it be a 6 like this? Here we are bigger. Here we no, this is 5, right? That's not possible, so the 6 must be completed like that. Let's look at this now here. Here we need at least a 2, right? With this border, because we need something smaller here. This must be at least 1. But this could be 2, potentially. So it is possible to solve this already, but I always get confused by all these separate like inequality signs here. Can we have a 2 here? Let's look at that one first. It would mean here we need 3. Like here we would need 3. Here we would also need 3, which means that it could only be completed with a 4. And that's not possible, because here we need to be bigger. We can't be bigger and smaller than the same number at the same time, right? So this has to be a border here. Now, that means here a 2 would be sufficient. Here we need at least a 2. Can it be this? Potentially, yes, that would work. We would also need something bigger than a 2 here. That would have to be a 4. And then what could we put in here? We have the size separation. Ah, this can't be a 2. This can't be a 2 because we have a 2 here. But we can put a 3 in here now, but then we would have to put a 2 in here, so we can't have a 2 there. This can't be connected, at least. Yeah, that's exactly the problem that you're ending up with if you're making this a 2 here. Like if you're having this connection, I think we need a border there. That's what I just showed. Like I can't have these two connected. That's the thing. Yeah, I need a border here, which means here I need a 2 like this, which in turn means that this can only be 1, and here I need 3 because I have 2 there. So I need at least 2 here to be bigger than 1. Here I need a 3 because I have 1 and 2 right next to it. And then the only way to solve this here, I need 2. So this must be a 3. Yeah, this way it works. So let's look at this here again. This one is bigger than this one. This one is bigger than this one, bigger than this one, bigger than this one. This could be a 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, here we can see this. This is a minimum of 1. Means this is minimum 2. This one has to be minimum 3. But we can't have 3 in a straight line, so it can only be a square. Like this. Which means there's 1 here and there's 2 here. But the 2 could be done like this or like that. That's unclear for the time being. This one here had to be bigger than 5, right? So it's a 6 like this. Which means here we need to be bigger than 6. That's an obvious 8. And is it already here? We had the 2 and we had another 2 there. So the final 4 is here? Man. Good, good, good. Maximum 3 we have here. So let's start with this one here. This one can't be 1 because it has to be bigger than something else. So it has to be 2. It can't be bigger than 2 because only 3 is bigger than, it has to be smaller than the 3 still, yeah? So this is a 2, which means here we have 1. Here we can't have 1 now, but we need to be smaller, so that has to be a 2. Here we can't have a 2 now, it has to be smaller, it must be a 1 then. And here we also need to be smaller, this must be a 2. Okay. So we know that this is a 3. This is also a 3 for sure. The 3 can't go there, because the 3 is not smaller than anything else with the range of, or with a maximum 3. So the 3 has to be completed like this. Here is 1. This could be 2 or 3. That's unclear. This can be 3 only, because we have 2 right next to it. There is a size separation. So this is a 3. That could move up there. Let me write this in. I will write a couple of things in here, just as a memory reminder, sort of, yeah. This also must be 3. But they don't necessarily have to be combined. This here must also be a 3. This one can't move here, right? Because 3 is not smaller than anything else. And the same is true here. We need a border there. So this is how to complete the 3. This here cannot be a 2. It has to be smaller. It's either 1 or 2, right? Because we're touching the 2 here. So that's a 1. Which means here can only be a 3 like this, right? Yeah, we have 1 and 2 right next to it. So it can't touch this 3. It has to go like this. This one has to move up then. We need these borders. It can't go there also. So we have a straight 3 here. Let's take those away. So here we can only have 1 because of 2 and 3 right next to it. This then has to be a 2 because we have 1 and 3 right next to it. And this is 1 then. Here we need to be bigger, but it can't be 3. So this must be a 2. And this must be 1, like this. I'm always looking at these T sections all the time, still from the Loopy area. Man, this game. But this could basically go here or here. I think that's unknown. Here we need a 2 or a 1. We can't have a 2 here because the 2 is right below it. That must be 1, so this can be 2 or 3. It can't be 3. Because it would have to go either here, but there is a 3 already, and here, like, it can't be smaller than anything else. So this can only be a 2. Let's write that in. Could go either way, I think. 2. This can be a 2 only, right? Yeah, we have 1 and 3, so this 2 has to move here, and this 2 has to move there. Let's take this away again. So this has to be a 1 then, and this has to be 3. Can go either way. No, this one has to be a 3 as well, right? 1 and 2. So the 3 is here, and this can only be a 2 then. Has to be bigger than the 1 right next to it. Because of the 3, nothing else is possible here. This one can't be 1, because it has to be bigger. It can't be 2, because of the size separation. It has to be a 3. That cannot extend there, and it also can't extend down here. It has to go up there. This is 1. This must be 2 or 1. We don't know. This can only be 3. We have 1 and 2 here. And because of the size separation, it has to move here like this. The 2 finally is completed like this. And here we can only have 3. Here we also need a 3, so this must be 1 and the same. So now we can look at this one. Can this be 1 here? If this was 1, up here I would need a 2. I couldn't put it in like this, because then I would need a 1 here and wouldn't be able to complete this here. I would need 1, that's not allowed, 2 is not allowed, and 3 is also not allowed, right? I would have to put the 2 in like this if I have 1 here. But then I wouldn't be able to cross this. Like I can only put one tile region here, and then I would need a 2 or a 3, both of which I can't. Can't have, that's why I need 2 here, 1 here then, and then I need to put the 1 tile shape here. This then has to be a 2, can't be a 3, right? There is 1 more, here I need a 2 only, because here 1 and 3 right next to it. 2 is the only thing possible, which means this has to be 1, right? And then the final one has to be a 3, right? Yeah, we have 1 and 2 and 1 around it, yeah. Like this. That one I found pretty easy for a 4, I gotta say. The loopy 4s are so much more difficult. But that's all difficulty 4s with 52. Yes, there are 3 difficulty 5 puzzles and 6. 3 difficulty 6 and 1 difficulty 7. There is 1 difficulty 6 here. Okay, let's start with this one here. We already have 5. This one cannot be part of it. This one is at least 2, right? And it needs to be small, like this is the smallest it can be. And it also shows you this chain here. This one has to be bigger than this tile, this region, and this has to be bigger. We can't combine these two. So this has to move here. And it has to be at least 4, right? Because here is at least 3, and this one is at least 4. Well, it can only get 4, either like this, or like that, or like that. Can't extend any further because of the dead end, right? That in turn means that here we need 3 for sure. Yeah? We must have 3. That can only be like, because here that's the maximum extent I can get away from this region with this blue region right here. So I need to go into this one at least, and then I need to turn a corner. Can't do it there because I can't get more than 3 here because I can only have 4 in there, right? So I need 3 here, and that must be 3 then. But it's unclear. No, actually here you can see now that you can't complete this like this or like that, because 3 is not bigger than 4. This has to be a single tile then, and indeed the 4 is going all the way around here. Okay. Here you need something bigger than 3 now also. Let's see, this one has to be extending away from the border, and if it goes there, we would have a 3 here. This would be 2, that doesn't work. Yeah. Again, we have the same basic principle here. This has to be at least 2, right? Regardless which way. Yeah. This has to be 2 at least, which means this has to be at least 3, which means this needs at least 4. But if it goes here, this region would be complete, right? It can't connect to this one because it has to be bigger and small. It would have to be bigger and smaller at the same time. So that's not an option. I need a border here, and this one has to spin there, and in order to get 4 it has to go here, which means we need at least 5 here, in fact. Yeah. Oh, this region has 5. Yeah. So this one still must be at least 3. Yeah. And this is 2, but we don't know more here, I think. Let's look at what now. What is it? I think it is this here. What was it? This one has to extend away from here, first of all. It has to be bigger than this. This is again a 2, a 3. We need a 4 here, at least. And here you can't see the same thing. This would be okay because here you can expand to all sorts of things. There was something to do with this straight connection here. Also here, I mean, I could complete the 3 like this and a 2 like that. It would basically work, but there is something else that I'm missing. No, let's not. Let's put the 2 in here. There is something about this thing. I think I can't complete it like this. But why? I would have these borders here. This would have to be bigger than 5, which means this could be this, the 7 here. 5, why doesn't this work? Ah, wait, no, that's something else. Yeah, actually, that's what I overlooked. This thing here, that has to extend away from the border, right? And while it can connect, it can't be here now. Yeah, because then I can't complete the street, right? Neither like this nor like that. I would be missing a border. So in fact I need this border here, and this has to go there. Could extend into this one. No, it can't actually because of the bigger chain here. Bigger than chain. But here now 2, 3, we need at least 4, so this has to move here. Yeah, now I got it. And now... Let's see, this is not possible now, because you would create 1 is bigger than here, and that's not possible. So you need this connection here, which means you need something bigger than, no, something like bigger than 2 at least. Here, this is 1, you can only get this from here, and the 2 is completed like this, so we have 6 here. This needs at least 7 then. This will also need 7 here, by the way. So the 7 can only be achieved through a combination with this, because we had this border there, right? We have 9 already here. 9 is bigger than 6, that fits. Here we need 7 at least, right? 6 bigger than that is 7. So we have 5, we could go here. That would be 7, right? But we could also go there, potentially. But then, yeah, here we would need something that is bigger than 7. And we can reach maximum 4. We can't combine these two because of the joint border here, right? So that doesn't work. This has to be completed like this. Here we need something bigger than 7. No, something that is smaller than 7. Here we need something that is bigger than 7. Bigger than 7 can only be together with this. And since here we need bigger and smaller, we need a border like this, right? To separate this one. This is indeed a single tile. And you need, what you need 8 here. You have 7 here, you need 8 here. That's 4, meaning you can't take this one. You can't combine these two also, because here you have a joint border and an inequality chain, right? So you have 4, you could have 5 with this one. How can you get to, what was it, 8, right? Yeah, you have 9 here, that fits. It must be 8 exactly. So you have 4, 5, 6 potentially, 7, 8. Yeah. So you definitely need this here. Yeah? So the 3 can only be completed like this, that we talked about. Like we need 2 here, and then 3 like this. We can't extend that. We need 2 more, and we can only get 2 more. 1 is here, 1 is there, and that's this puzzle. Next 6 is here. We have a mismatch here, which is good because you can see you have 2 3s. Those are the, one is the straight 3, one is the corner 3, right? But more importantly, let me draw these borders in already. That means you have a 1 and a 2 beneath those 2, right? One of them holds the 1, one of them holds the 2. That in turn means you can't have a border here, because you wouldn't be able to complete this here. This has to be at least 2. No, sorry, 2 is not possible because it's either here or here. It has to be a 3 at least, but a 3 is also not possible. You have the 3s here already, so it must at least be a 4. Okay. The 5 is moving out here, that's why the 4. So could this be the 2? No. This must be the 1 then, and you have the 2 here. Let me write this in there. Like this. The 3 has to extend here. Actually, this could be a 5 also. You can combine those potentially. So let's like keep the things in order, sort of, yeah. Let's see, what else do we have? The 4. There was something about the border. This can't go here because we would cut something off. It has to go there. And again, it can't go there because we would have a 2 here. So, oh no, wait. No, it also can't go there. It's not bigger than 5. So this has to be the straight 3. This has to be the corner 3. This one doesn't work. It's not bigger than 4, the 3. So we have these combos here. And here we have 4. We need at least 5. The minimum here is 4, right? So we need at least 5. It's here. And what else do we have? Just a second. I think, is it the 2 already? No, I think it was up there already. Like here you have a bigger, like you need a 5 in here, right? So you can't complete the 5 here. Like even if you did this here, which would be valid, it's bigger than 4, the 4 would have to be completed like this. You're cutting off the 2 because the 2 would have to be here and you don't have the 1 anymore. So that's not an option actually. Let me draw in this border here. I could have done that before. So this can't be connected down here, so it must be going up there, which means it's also this, so it must be at least 5, right? Could be more, but we need this border also. Here we need something smaller than 5, as do we here, so there is a... It has to be a 4, right? It could be a... No, it can't be a 5, actually. Again, if we do this... If this is a 5, or anything but a 4, we would have to do this here, because we can't cut off the 4 like this, right? And then, like, if this is 8, you would need 9 here. Let's see how that fits. I never did this. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Totally impossible with the 5, right? So that shows you that this 4 here must be connected to this 4, right? Could be this, however, like this or like that, still. That's unknown, but at least we know something, okay? So about the 2, what about the 2? Can we know something? Maybe we look further here. How can we complete this bigger than 5 thing here? Now, regardless of how... Actually, we can look if we can complete the 5 like this. Let's look if this is possible. We would have 5 like this here. No other way, because I can't have 1 or 2 anywhere anymore, or 3. So the 4 here couldn't go there. It would have to be something like that, right? It could be this, because you can't have 3 anymore. And also here, you would need a 4 anyway, like that's the minimum you have. So you would have this, and then you would need a 6 here. 6, that's 4. You can't have something bigger than a 6 in here, right? Because we have 5 left and only 1 or 2 tiles more. So the 6 would have to go here. Which would mean 2 and 4. And where is the problem with that? I don't even know. Ah, yeah, here. We would have 1 or 2 here. You can't make this a 4 anymore. Like, because we're cutting off the 5. That's it. Sorry. There is, I mean, it's not a necessary deduction, this thing. You can also just think about what could be done up here, but it's quite helpful to know that you can't extend the 5 in here, into this direction, because as soon as you do this, you can't combine them anymore, and then it's the only way to complete this, yeah? So these must be combined, in fact. So you need a 6 at least here, yeah? And we just sort of did this. The problem is that you can't go up here. As soon as you do this here, like, and like you have 3 here, 4, 5, that's the maximum. Actually, you can only go here. Like this, you will have the 4 in here, and it doesn't work, yeah? You can't go up here. That's the problem that you're having. You need to go here. You also can't go there. So you need to go at least here. That's a 6 now. So here needs something smaller than a 6. must be minimum 4, right? And here we are 4, so I can't do that now because we had a 2, so obviously I just extend it all the way down, and this is in fact an 8. Yeah. So now we can deal with the 4 that we need here somehow. It needs to be here and here, right? And it can extend 1 maximum in there. And it doesn't necessarily have to. This could be a 6 and the 5 could be like this. So we don't know about that, but we need the 4s in here. And then you can already see that once you go here, you need to put the 4 there. You can go maximum 1 in here, right? So you need to move there. So the 3 must be completed like this. That is the 4 here. So now you can see you can't have that one because of the mismatch. You have this shape already. You need to go there. This one has to be completed here. And then we have the final 5 like this. Okay. What else? It was 2 6s, right? Yes, there's one more. I think that's here, hidden behind this wall, yeah. Oh yeah, this one is also fun. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think there was one where you could write that in. It was this one, right? Yes, here you have 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's write that in. It's really helpful to write this in with these puzzles. So like this, and the other ones don't have anything like that. But you can do this here already, this. And you can see that because this 2 will be either like this or like that, you can't have a 2 here because of the size separation, right? That means here you have something bigger, bigger, bigger. It's not a 2, it must be a 3 then. Yeah, it can't be 1, or it can't be 4, and it can't be 2, it must be 3. Let's write that in. That also means that I need a 4 here, okay? And we don't know about the rest though. So let's look here first. I can't do the 2 like this now, because I would have 6 tiles left for 7 that I need. It's easy to see. That means the 4 needs to go this way. The 3 can't touch this 3, so it has to be completed like that. Okay. Let's take all this away. I'm taking this away. It takes time, I know, but it's just distracting and cluttering up the picture for me. The 3 then has to go here because of the size separation, right? It can't go down there. And here I can't have a 3 because I have maximum 4 here, maximum 3 here, maximum 2 here. Yeah. And that also means that I can't have a 3 here now. So these 2 can only be 1 and 2, and this is the 4. Okay. 4, 2, 1, which means 2 is like this here. Here we have something smaller than, it can only be 1, and the 4 is completed like that. You also have 1. Take those away again, all of these here. Come on, like this. The 4 must not touch this tile, right? So it has to move out here. We need this border. But we don't know about this one here. Size separation. This must be a 2 at least, right? We have 1 and 3 right next to it. Could be a 4, however. So that's unclear. No, it can't be a 4, because for a 4 it wouldn't be able to go there, wouldn't be able to touch this 4, and also here it can't move because you need something bigger than this region, and 4 is the max. So this indeed must be a 2, which means here you can only have a 3. 1, 2, 3 would be possible, and indeed I have to, because this has to be bigger than something, and it would be only a single tile if I didn't connect them. So that's a 3. Which means in turn that this one is a 4, right? But we don't know about these 2 here. So the 4 has to extend out of here. Here I need something bigger than that. It could be a 3 with a 4 here. But if I put a 3 here... No, I could put the 4 still here. Why is that not possible? 2... I could still do this. Like this here, and put a 4 in here, right? No, I can't put a 4 in here. I will have to touch one of these 2, or this one. That's why it doesn't work. Like, I can get 3 tiles. This, I can't touch this tile. A 4 doesn't fit in here. That's the problem. Here, I can't, too smaller, I can't touch this 4. So that doesn't work. This can only be a 2. This must be 1 then. And the 4 needs to be there. This is also 1. And I need something 2 or 3 here. It can't be 4. We established that. But in what manner? I'm unsure. What else do we have here? Here we have 1 or 2. Oh yeah, the 4 needs to extend out of here, so this has to be 1. But this could be 2 or 3. Which means we need to move here with the 4. We need this border now. This could still be 2 or 3. Yeah. Could move there also with the 4. 4, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. How much do we have in here? That's 6. We need at least 2 here. Yeah, but I can't have 2 here like this, right? That's obvious because we will have to create 2 shapes, either 2 2s here or 2 1s, right? Like this, right? And this can't be a 3 also, because then 1 is not bigger than 2. So this can only be a 2 like this, right? Could also be a 3 like this, with 2 and 1. No, it can't be a 3 here. So it's a 2 like this. 4 is not possible. We established that. 1 is not possible. Here it's 2 or 3. But it can't be 2 laying down. It also can't be a 3 like that or like that. So it must be a 2 like this. Because here it cannot be a 3. Which means this is 1. And this then must be 3, right? Can't be 2 and 1. Which means here we need a 4. We have that. And here we need to be bigger than 1. It could be 2 or 3. 3 and 1 is the right combination. Otherwise we would have 2 and 2. That's not okay. It has to be this, yeah. Okay, we have all but 1 difficulty 7. These go so much faster. These puzzles, man, unbelievable. 7. Oh yeah, it's going to take a moment, but it's also not as complicated as I was overwhelmed by it to begin with. Like, that's just a TMI puzzle with all these outside thingies here. But you can actually read a lot out of them. Here, you can first look, let me draw this in. You can look at this combi here, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So this is minimum 2. All of these that I write in are minimum numbers now. To keep that in mind, yeah. They can be bigger, okay? So we can start already with the 3 here. The 4 can reach maximum here, so we need at least these tiles here. And since the 3 can't be bigger than the 4, oops, or the smaller number can't be bigger than the same number here, we need this, and the 3 is complete like that, okay? So what else do we have? We have here a chain of 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we can fill this in. We don't need to write this. But here we need at least 4 then. Yeah, this could be bigger. Yeah, so that's why I'm not writing in the number. We have something here also. Here's 1, 2. Let's write that in right away. 2, 3, and 4, and also 4 here. Okay. And here we have another thing, 1, 2, 3, but this could be a 4, and like I'm hesitant to put in the 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe later. I think there's something coming from here. So because here we have 1, 2, 3. There was something here, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, let's write this in. The 2 here. So we need at least 2. And here's also a 3. And the main thing is being that here you need to be bigger. So in fact you can complete this region here. Because this has to be at least 4 then, right? Yes. So for the 4, you can already see you have to move out of here. Yeah. Oh, here you need something bigger than 4. Totally forgot to write this in. So this would have to be 5 at least. And here you need 6 at least. Okay? So for the 4 here, first we can draw this border. Actually, no, we can't draw this border yet, I think. This could still be connected because the 3 can all be bigger. All these numbers can be bigger than what I wrote there. So for the 4, we could basically combine these two sections. Yeah, have 5s here, which means this would be 6, that would be 7. This could be 4, yeah. That's one option to do that. We could also go here, yeah. But if we go here, like there's a certain amount of tiles that we need. We wouldn't be able to combine this here, right? We'd have to move on here, and we wouldn't be able to combine this. This would also have to move out here, right? We would need this thing here. Then we would have to move on here. We could go in there. Potentially, no, we would be cutting off this smaller number here. But this is what we would have to do, right? At least. Yeah. I'm not so sure about this actually now. Because, I know this has to be bigger. This is maximum 6 here. So I can't connect this. I was just thinking, I never thought about this option, that you could do this. But it doesn't work because this one has to be bigger than this one. And this one has to be bigger than this one. And this one has to be, so you're creating a loop. So you in fact cannot combine these. You have to separate these here. Yeah, which means you can do these 3. And again, like, let's go back to this non-separation. I think it was here, right? Like the 5 would have to move here. You have like this. If you combine the 6 region with the 4 region here, you need 1 more tile here, minimum. Yeah, that's the minimum for the 6 region. It could go on if you combine these 2 here instead of there. So that's unclear. So let's look what we have here. All of this fits, right? We have this bigger than that. But here we also need something bigger. Here we need something bigger than 6. Yeah, we can see that we need a 4 at least here, right? But we have a 6 anyway, so that's not important. Let's look at the 4 now, I think. Here I can also see, because of the bigger than combo, I can't move up there with the 5. It has to move on here, which means I need a 6 at least here. That's something worth writing in, right? And it can't be this one. But this means in fact that this one has to be a 7. Yeah? So let's write that in. 7. Which in turn means that here I need to extend this. Because even with these 2 tiles, I only have 5. That's a 7, yeah? And then we touch immediately. That means here this has to be 1 thing. That's a 3 and has to be a 6, however. So let's take this away. Which means here I also need to be a 7, right? Here also need to be a 7. Yeah? So it's pretty obvious that I can't get a 7 here on like alone, basically. I only have like sort of 3 tiles left here. Ah, damn it. Like this here. We only have 3 tiles left here, right? So I need to extend this here to this 7 here. Yeah? And now we have 7 here. That's perfect. Which means I could have 1 here. No, I can't have 1 here because this has to be at least 2. So I need to extend this into that area. And now let's look at this one. This has to be 6. So if I went up there, I could only add 1 more tile here. Wouldn't be able to move up or down, right? So, man, I can't do that. I need a border there. I can't move down here because I need 2 here, right? I have to move up there. That is 5. That is 6 now, right? Yes, that's 6. This is a 2. That all fits very nicely. But what we don't know is... what about the 4 here? We still don't know. Like, we have 7 here. So that would be enough. We could go there. Could combine these 2, right? I know it doesn't work anymore because of the 5 bigger than. This has to be bigger than this. And this can't be 5. Totally overlooked this. So that has to be here, in fact. Yeah, and this has to be a 4 then, because we have 7, 6, 5, 4. You can already see that this here cannot be a single tile because it has to be bigger or something. So this has to be the 5 here, and we need a 4 here Let's write that in, even though it's pretty obvious. Here we need 4, right? We have 5 bigger than 4, like this. This is a 2 now. Could delete everything. Just a 4 is necessary here. Here we also need at least 2, right? We can put in these. Yeah, this can only be 2. This must be bigger than 2. Let's see, the 4 can't go in here, right? Because 3 is not bigger than 4, so this is the 4. We only have these left. 2 is bigger than 1. 3 is bigger than 1. And 3 is bigger than 1. Like these. Okay. That's a nice puzzle. Didn't find it too difficult. Let's go to the difference now, yeah. That starts with... just a second. Okay, just drank something and cleared my throat a bit. How many hours are we in? It's 3.5 hours soon, I think. Okay, I think it will end with the difference here. Let's see. We start off with a difficulty 4 puzzle. There's one of them, and it's back here. I think it's this one. Yeah. So here I need to write those in. I know it takes time, and I could just look at the numbers, but I'm just too... it's like always to add this one number in my head while thinking about all the other stuff. That's just too much work for me. Okay, so while I also need to talk and stuff, yeah, it's much easier for me if I draw this in, and it's so much easier to see the things you can see with this. 2, we have 3, we have 2, we have 2, and I know it looks awful, but like I wish I had a like how do you call these things, like a tablet thingy with a pen, a touch pen or something, whatever. I don't have that, and like 4s are okay to draw with the mouse, but the 3s and the 2s with these round shapes is really annoying for me. 4, this is a 3, this is a 3. I think I did everything correct, right? 3, 4, 4, 3, 1, 1, 3, 4, 4, 4, 2. Yeah, that looks okay. Okay, let's start with the size separation and the 2s here. These have to be completed like that. Here the 3s mean like I can't connect them. I need, in fact, borders like this here, which means 1 3 is connected like this. This can't go up there, but could go either way here. No, I can't go like this because we would create another... No, I could separate this with 1 and 2. So we don't know. This 3 goes here. It can't go there. 5 has to move here, which in turn means that these 2 4s are combined, are connected, right? So I need a border there, and I can't touch this one here. Then we need at least this here. But the 5 needs to go there, so we have the 4... Oh, come on. The 4 like this and the 5 like this. The 4 then has to move here. 3 has to be connected here, so that's a 4. And now let's delete everything we can already to get a better look at the stuff. More focus at least. No, this 3 I want to keep actually. Like this. What else? Here we can look at the 2s also, right? We can draw these borders here. Is this possible? Yes. Is this possible? 1, 1, 2, 3. Like this and like that would be possible, right? Difference 3 looks okay to me. So I don't think you can know that yet. Maybe I'm wrong. We can look at this here. We can't combine these because we would need 4 here, right? That means we need these borders drawn in. Oh yeah, no, now I see it. I can't do that here with the 2, because we would have 2 1s right next to each other. Yeah, that's why the 2 has to be done like this. This can stay a 5, we don't have a problem with that. So I think the next thing, the next best thing to look at is this here. That this is not possible, because here you would have to move up 1 more, and then you could only go here, touching this 4, touching this 4. So that's not possible, you need to move here. Which in turn means you need to add this 4 into the region. Which in turn means you can't add this one into the region, and this can only be completed like that now. Which means you have to extend this one up there, so that they don't touch, right? The 3 then can only be completed like this. The 4 could start here. In any way, it has to go up there and then be part with this 4 here, which means we need borders here, because they can't touch the 4. And this one then has to be part in the same region with this one, because it has to extend out of this, which means in turn that we have this here and we have a 4 up here. So this is a 3 around the corner like that. The 2 is completed like this here, and the 4 can only be completed like that. The 3 is completed like this here. Here we need a border. The 2 is completed like that. Here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, which is perfect. If we did this, we would have 3 next to 3. So the 4 can only be completed like this. Very nice puzzle. And deservedly a 4 only. Now we have 2 difficulty 5 puzzles. One of them is also down here, I think. I think it's easier to see through a hole in the wall. Here's there, somehow. What's that? That is a 6. But there is also a 5 somewhere. It's here, in this hole. There. Yeah, we need to start with the maximum. We have maximum 4. So I think it's easiest to start here with the 3 difference. So we need 1 or 4 on either side, right? Now the thing that is pretty simple to see is that if you put the 1 here and the 4 here in any way, you will need a 3 here. And 3 is not possible. 3 minus 3 is not possible. You can't do that. Yeah. That means we need the 1 here and the 4 here. 1 means first of all that here we need 2 like this. That means the 4 has to move out of here. We could have 1 here and then the 4 going here and the 4 there is going this way somehow. We could also have the 4 going in there. That is unclear. Let me write a bit more here. I want to write the 4 here so that I can play this out, because I think it's necessary. First of all, we can also write a 2 in here, like this. Let's see. Can we put the 4 in there? That would mean we need 1 in here. Here we would need 3, and the 4 would be completed like that. That looks totally good. If we were to put 1 in here, then we would need 4 here. We would need 4 here. Here we would need 2, and we wouldn't be able to complete the 4 and the 2 at the same time. It doesn't work. Yeah, that's why you need this in here. This is 1 then, right? And here you need 3. Let's write that in. Ah, come on. 3 like this. You would have to move out like this. The 4 is indeed completed like that. Here you would need a 2, which in turn means here you could have 1 or 3, but it's not clear if it's the same. Yeah, so let's put a 1 and a 3 in here. And here you also, on the 2 side, you also need 1 and 3. Yeah, I need these numbers here. It makes it so much easier to just to see stuff. Here I need a 2 or a 4. Even though I need to go on in this section here actually. Let's see. Here you also need 1 and 4, right? You can't have the 1 in here because you can't fit the 4 anymore. You have a 2 here at least, right? So that means this has to be a 4. This then has to be a 3, and this is 1. Which means, according to the size separation, that the 2 has to go in there in order to prevent 3 single tile cells right next to each other. This 2 has to go here then. Could have done that also barely from the positioning of the 2s. Didn't look at that properly. So here I can't have 1 now. I have 1 already, so this has to be the 3. And the 4 has to go here. No, wait. Let's take this one also. But I could complete the 4 like this. Here I need 2 or 4, right? Yeah, that's 2 or 4. Which means here I also have 2 or 4. This cannot be a 4. I wouldn't be able to complete that 4 if this was a 4. Like one of the 2 I can't complete. So that can only be a 2. Which in turn means 2, that this one has to be a 4. Has to extend here. We need this border then. And it's likely that it will go there. But yeah, we don't know exactly which way it will go. What else was there? No, but if this is a 2 and we need a 4, it has to go there. No, what am I talking about? That's really unbelievable. Now we can look at this one here. I think it's time to do that already. Because here you also need 1 and 4, right? If you had 1 here, you would need 4 like this, and you can see that now you will touch this region here. There's no way not to touch it. You could go here, but then you would need a 2 here, and that interferes with this 2, okay? So this has to be the 1, this has to be the 4, which in turn also means that this one has to be a 3. The 4 is completed like this then, and the 3 has to move up here. Here we need a 2, which means here we need 1 or 3. Why didn't I just draw the 2? It's really unbelievable. It's really difficult to keep focus. The 4 could be here or here. Could also be there, basically, with a 2 here. How to complete this here? I can't complete the 2 like this. I could have seen this much earlier. Yeah. Because then the 4 would create another 2 right next to it, or like this, another 2 next to it. That's why the 2 has to be completed like this and like that. And here we can't separate this 3 tile section into, like, we can't do this first of all. Again, we would have 2 2s right next to each other. We can't separate it into 1 and 2, so this has to be a 3 like this. Yeah, and means here I must have a single tile. Man, could have seen all of that much earlier. Like this. And that means also the 3 has to go in here, right? Otherwise we would have 3 times a single tile cell right next to each other. The 4 then cannot be completed like this because of 2 single tile cells right next to each other. So here we have a single tile, however. That means this one has to move out of here. Size separation means we can't have 3, we can't have 4. This is a 2 then. And here this could still be 1 or 3, right? Yeah, we have 2 and 4. Can this be a 3 now? That's the question. I don't think so. Yeah, because we would have to complete this one here or there, right? So this has to be 1, and this has to be 3, which means it has to be combined with this one. Now we can delete most of the stuff here. But we can look at this here now, I think. Wasn't it something like that? No, wait, here we have 1. We can't have 1 here. We also can't have 2. So we need 3 at least. We also can't have 3. We need 4 at least. So I have to move there, and that already shows me that I can't have 1 here, because this has to be 4, so this can only be 3, this can only be 2 maximum, so it has to be one and the same. And that means that this one has to be a 2 here. This one also has to be a... No, this one has to be a 3. Right, this is also 3. And yeah, you can see now that you can't put a 3 in here because you need a 3 there. This has to be 1, and this has to be 3. 1 is here. This still has to be a 2. Can't complete it like this. Can delete all the stuff now because I would have the same shape right next to it with the same size. I have to complete it like this. Now we have 6 tiles left. This can only be 1 or 4. But if we were to put 1 in here, I would need 2 or 3 here. Don't have that. So that has to be a 4 here. Like this. And a 2 there. Okay, that was the first... What was it? Where am I? What am I doing? I totally lost track. Wait, now I need to go up a bit. We have 48, so I am still at the second difficulty 5. Was it this here? Yes. Oh, this one is also quite difficult, but let's start here with this side. Because in this tile here, right, you will have a 2 like this or a 2 like this. Yeah? That means here you need a 5. Let me write that in. Even though I will delete it in a moment already. So now you can look at this tile here. It can't be on both sides of this one. Yeah. So it must be done like this or like this, which means I have these connections for sure already. Okay. Now you can see that the 5 cannot be completed here on that side. Yeah. Which means it has to be part of this region here. But I could still complete it like this basically. Or like that, right? Yeah, I think that's still up for grabs. But I know that these here are certain. Yeah, I think the rest is not discernible. But I can see now that here I have a difference between those two, like 3 and 1. So I need to complete the 2 like this. This then has to be a 4, right? Because this is going to be 5. Yeah. I don't know how... I think I always just put this in here, but in fact it could be done like this also. Yeah. I have to figure that one out on the fly. So this one has to be a 4. So how can this become a 4? This one is only 3. If I do this, I will add another 2 at least, right? That's 5. So I can't do that from here. If I go here, again, if I go there, I will add another 2, so that's 5. So I can only go here, but then I would be cutting off the completion of this symbol here. I have to go there. This has to be 4, and this is another 4, also like this, because here this dead end cannot be part of this region, right? So this is complete like here, and now we know that here we need, what is it, 3 or 5. Let's write that in. 3 or 5. Zick. Like that. Oh, furthermore, the other ones I also need to write in here. What is this? This is a 3, so that's 1 or 7. That's probably a 1, right? I actually don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it's a 1. And here we would need, what is it, 2 or 6. Yeah. So first of all, we know there has to be a border, and yeah, we can see already that this is maximum 1. This has to be as maximum 2, this tile, right, with this thing here. So just let me delete this stupidity there. So this is 2 or 6, so here, but both, like with this 4, like both appear sort of feasible. Let's see, I think here it's important actually to write the rest in already. Or let's actually, let's do this one step here that I forgot that I can do. Like here you could do 3 like this, but then you wouldn't be able to complete this anymore. This in fact has to be part of this one, right? Like because of this border, you need to include all this, and this can only be a 5 like this. And now you can see that this one has to be here. and you need to complete this like that there, because you have a border here, and then you indeed have 3 like this. Yeah, this is what I forgot to do before. But here, that's the main problem. You can do anything. You can do 2, 2, you can do 3, you can do 1 here, you can do 2 twos next to each other, you can do everything here. So that's totally up for grabs. And that's why it's time to look at this here. But we can do this here, in fact, first of all. Sorry, like this. And let's write all these numbers in, because it really helps in figuring out what you need there. Here you also need a 2 or a 6. Yeah. Oh, yeah, what a 6 that is. Like this. Here you can have 1 or 2, right? So it's either 4 or 5. Oh, God. In the small tiles here, it's really difficult. Like, it would be so nice, so much nicer. Anyhow, let's stop telling. This one is... this one here is a 2 for sure, right? Either in this way or this way, like up there. So this one has to be a 4. But this one could be 1 or 2. Could it be 3? No. Yes, it could be 4 actually. All the way here. So that's unclear. Could be 2. Yeah, but it can be all the way here. It can even be 5. Yeah. So all the numbers are available here, basically. I think I always saw something else here. I don't know why. But you can basically do... have 1 here, right? And do this here, all this. Wait, I drew over the line. Oh no, wait. I need this here still. Yeah, that's what I forgot. I have the 3 here. That can only be a 2. 5 plus 3 would be 8. That doesn't fit in here. So that's a 2. That's why this can only be a 2. It's either this here or that here. It can't go in there because this one would be cut off from completion. And that's why indeed I have a 4 here also. Yeah. So now you can see that this is not possible, I think, right? Because here you would need 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. But you have 2 and 6 here. Yeah, very simple deduction once you write all these numbers in. We need 2 here at least. Yeah, you can't make this a 4, so the 4 must be this. And that is 4 now. Now, you need to figure out what to do with this one here. Obviously, we need this border because 2 and 6 and 4 and 5 are not alike. So this one has to move in here. And now you need to add 2, so this has to be a 5, right? And since you can't go there, it has to be like this. Then you have 3 here and 2 here, and everything works out fine in the end. Like this. That means here we have 1. Like we have 5 minus 3 is 2. Like this. Which means we have 2 there like this and 1 and 1. And that means here that we need a 2. Yeah. But here we need 1. So we need this separator. And like this we can complete the puzzle. Okay, we have 49. So I need 3 more in difficulty 6. One was here, I remember that. Oh yeah, this one. This is easiest to start by looking at these 2 thingies here. And I think you can see that this, like, you have to extend both of them, right? According to these things, like, but you can't extend that here into a 3. Because that would mean that this is a 3. That doesn't matter. Yes, actually it does matter. No, it doesn't matter. This is a 3, right? Can't be extended any further. But this would have to be a 4 then, right? And the only way to extend this to a 4 is here. But this sign is in a way. 3 is not equal 4 and has a difference of 1, right? So that is the first step here. You need this here and this has to extend there. You can draw this border also. And now you can see that you cannot extend this here because here you would have different symbols to the same tile here, right? So this indeed must be a 3. And this must be a 3 then. Could be straight. Can't turn the corner here because here we have a 4. But we don't know where it walks, where it goes. So here we need this 3. Like we can know something here. We need 3 here also. But it could be this one. And this with the 4. There was something else here. What was it? There was a difference and the same. Oh, we can see that we need a border here, right? I think that's the first time I see this. If you have X here, you have X here as well. You have X here, but here you have Y. You need a border there. Interesting. But how to complete this one? I know that this one cannot be a 4. Yeah. Actually, that's the thing you can see first, right? This can only be a 3. Yeah, it can't be a 4. But we don't know. It could expand here. We don't know where it extends, but we know that it is a 3. Because it cannot be a 4. Right. That's it. So let me write this in. This is a 3. No, not this one. Take this away here. Take this away here. So we know that this one has to be a 4. But we don't know where. Man, we don't know anything here. Where that goes. There was more. Here. This has to be a 4. Has to go here. Fits with this one. Which means this is a 3. Man, I need to write this in. It's so much info. This is also like a TMI puzzle here. Just too much information. 4, no. 4, 4, 4 and 3. What else? Here we have a 3. And here we have a 4. Here we have a 3. This is a 4. This is a 4. And this is a 4 also. Okay, I think that's it for the time being. There's nothing else. So let's... here we have 4. That has to extend. That's the easiest thing to see, that this has to go here. And it can't go up there. I wouldn't be able to... No, actually it can go up there. It can be this, and in fact it has to. Yeah, this has to be the same. This is the same as this, and this is the same as this. Okay. Which means the 3 has to be completed like that. Is that true, what I just did there? This must be 4, this must be 4. Yeah, it must be. Then we have the 3 here. The 4, the 3, the 4 must be an L shape. Here we have a 4. Like this. Here we need a 4. Here is a 3. But it could go anywhere. I could have 3 like this and like that. Yeah, we need a 3 here also. This one can only be... No, wait, it could be a straight 3 also. Damn it. So let's clean up a bit and write further numbers. We can take these away here. Also this one and this one and this one and that one. Yeah, so, what was it here? I need a 3 here also. 4. This could be an S or an L. 1. Here I need a 4. Oh, here I need a 4, right? Also. And here I need 4. I think that is what helps a bit. Because... No, actually it doesn't. It's only once I am there, I think. How to complete this 4 here? This can only be an L shape, right? It's either like this or like that. Can't be an S shape. But you can actually show that this is not possible, I think. You would need a 3 here, right? That could only be this, and you would need another 4 here. And now, what would happen here? can't complete this 4. Yeah, it would be a T shape, which is not allowed. And you also can't complete the 3 like this, right? Because like there, yeah. So also this doesn't work because you're cutting off the 3. Oh, actually this would work. You would need 3 there as well. It's okay, 3, 3. Here, 4, 3, 4. No, this doesn't work also, right here. How would you complete this? This section here. The best thing would be 3, then you would need a 4 and another 3. That would fit actually. With the 3 here. 4 and 3. And another 3 here. Yeah, that would work. And you would have another 4 here. Let's see, maybe I seem to have solved this in a different fashion. I don't know. I don't remember actually. What about this 4? This has to be this corner tile here, right? Oh yeah, that's it actually. Like you can't have anything like that here or like that. Yeah, I should have seen that earlier, man. I'm really not so good at this. So here you need this at least. Could also be this, however. No, but then you would have 4 here. That's not possible. So it's either 3 here or 4 here. And the 3 here, we proved that this is possible. The 4 here, the 3 here, and the 4 here. That's one option. Is the other thing option? Is the other thing possible? Can you have the 4 here? That would mean you need a 3 here. Could be a straight 3. Maybe we could have a 4. That's all pretty standard stuff. This one wouldn't work. But I'm sure you could do this in a different fashion, right? And I actually seem to remember... Let's leave this in like this and come back to it once I'm done here. Like this has to move out. It has to become one of these shapes, right? It can't... No, it could be the L like this here. It could also be a 3 like this and an L like that. That's all possible. No, I need to do something here more. What's the time? And I have 1 hour maximum left, but this is the last puzzle. I can't go on recording after this. The 3. I can draw this border, but that doesn't help me. There was something here that I could do. I can have a straight 3 here, and I can have a corner. No, this doesn't work. If I go here, I would have to extend this 4 into this one, but here I would need a 4 and I would need a 3 there again. Because of these two. So that's not an option. The 3 has to be here. This 4 has to be here. And here I need a 4 now, and this one needs to be a 3 then. The 3 has to go there. Yeah, we don't have any restraint as regards the shape of it. This is a 3, this is a 4. This 4 then has to go there. Can't go there anymore. Could go there or there. No, it can't go there because here we need the 4, right? Like this. Man, I'm hoping I'm solving all this correctly because I don't remember these things at all now, and I'm a bit afraid that I made a basic mistake somewhere. Let's see. Yeah, actually I can't solve this already. That's not correct here. There's something wrong. Let me look at that again here with the 3s. 4. Here this 3 was definitive. Yeah, it couldn't have been 4. Which means this is a 4, 4, 4, and this is a 3. But the 3 in fact cannot be solved like this. This is 4. This would have to be 3 again. I think I will have to check the progress. But here I didn't make any mistakes. I'm sure about this. Yeah, I remember this, that the 4 here could only be extended in one direction. But both were available. Here you can do this, yes. So, but then these two must be 1s. This one must be a 4. And this must be a 3 then. But I was not able to... What the... How the... Why the... When the... If I go 2 here and this goes up there, how am I supposed to complete this 4? Where's my flaw? Where's my mistake? 3, 4, 3, 4. These are fixed borders. I can't do anything about them. I don't remember this issue. So, like, it is pretty safe to say, but this is also, like, I have this border here. This is a 0. And this cannot be a 4. And this must be a 3. I'm sure of it. Yeah. Man, where is the flaw in my thinking? Why do I always end up with an uncompletable situation here? That's what I would really like to know. I don't want to use the check progress, but I want to find these flaws myself. But if I do this, like this can go here, but like how? What am I supposed to do with this here? This must be a 3. Where did I make the mistake? Why did I connect this to that side here, this 3? Why did I do that at all? Why did I connect it to this side? What is the reason for that? Like, I didn't have anything that I knew about it. Because... I know I could do a straight 3. I thought I can't do the straight 3. I thought I can only do the corner 3s. That's why I connected it. Like I did it like on the fly. That's the mistake. Actually, that's not possible. And here is where you are shown that this is not possible. But then all these deductions are wrong here. I can write this. All this can go. But this is correct, however, here. I need the 3 here, yeah? And maybe I should take it from here then, to figure out where to put the 3, because I can have the straight 3 here, yeah? That's the thing. So that was my mistake. But the rest is still correct. All the rest was only based on this 3, so let's move on with the 4 here. This has to move out of here. And now... You can say that this one can't move out here anymore because it would have to be completed like this. I could do the L, however. I think it's something to do with this now that we have to figure out. Can't do that. That's not possible. It's actually possible. All of this is possible. How? Like the movement of the force is not restricted in any way. Wait, this one I also had to go, and this one. So what's this? I need a 4 here. Man, why didn't I see that before? That's the mistake. And that shows you that you need the 3 here. Man, yeah, it's too much information, as I said to begin with. Okay. So this 4 has to move out of here. That is for sure, because these two cannot be combined, and I can't have this here. Why did I think the 4 could move in there? That is all very strange. So yeah, but this could be an S or an L. So now we can look at this one here. This has to be a 0, and now we know this is a 3 like this. This one has to go up here. We need a 3 like this. Okay, yeah, it was just too much for my imagine. It's too late. And I shouldn't be solving puzzles for 3 hours in a row. I get it. So this can only be an S shape here like that. Oh man, now it's becoming so easy. Like, if I just had paid a little more attention here, and it wasn't so problematic. Oh yeah, this doesn't work, as you can see here. The 4 can't be completed here, because this 4 needs to be completed. Like, I couldn't do that, so we need to combine these two shapes. This could still be a 3. This one can be a corner 3 only. This one has to be a 3, which means the 4 has to move down here. Like this. I can't use the S shape here. This one has to be 4. Write that in. This is 3. Now, how can we put in this 3? Is this possible? Then we would need another 3 here, and we would need a 4 here. It's not possible. Yeah. Can we do it like this? No. Can we do it like this? Yes, that looks okay. We would have 4 and the 3 like that. So, is there any other combination? I don't think. It's either this, which I checked to begin with. Then it's this. And then it's this. Those are the... Wait, but I didn't check this one, did I? Yes. This is 4, but here we have... We don't have 4, yeah. Wait, what am I missing? I'm always missing some of these. This is okay. This is not okay, and this is also not okay. Yeah, so it does have to be this one with a 4 here, like this, and a 3 and a 3. Okay. So that means we need 4 in here. We need this border then. The 3 goes here, there's a border, and now we know this is the 4. Okay. This can't go up there because we would create a T-shaped 4. That is not allowed. Let's go like this. 3 has to be here. We need a 4 here. How to complete this now? Well, obviously we need this border here because that's not allowed. So we have this 4 here. This one has to be a 3 then only. And the 4 has to be an L with a 3 in here. Okay, now we can delete lots of stuff here. Very good. All of this can go. Oh, man. Okay. So we need a 4 here. Wait, no, that doesn't work. What? What's going on? What is going on? Oh no. What have I done? But that would mean that all of this is incorrect. And, but like, how, like, what, when, how, when, why? This needed to be, man, I'm just losing focus here. I'm just like, I can't do this. I knew this puzzle. I'm not focused enough anymore. This could have been done like this also. But it wouldn't have worked with the L shape like that. Let me delete this here again. I'm pretty sure that this is the right way to solve this here. But that's why I also didn't second guess it. Like, this would have been an option. But 3 and 4 didn't fit because we had this one in here, yeah? So, but this is an option. Like this, yeah, that's it. That's why the other thing didn't work. So this is how you need to do that. My bad again. It's the end of the video. I promise. So we need a 4 here. It could be an L like this. No, it can't be because we need a 3 here. Can't be an L like this, so it must be an S like this. Here we need a 3, which means this one has to be a 3. Can only be this corner shape. Here we need a 4, however. Here we need a 4 as well. This can only be an L like this. Oh no, wait, we need a 3, sorry. Man! And another 3 here. This could be a 3 like this, or a 3 like this, or also like this, or like whatever. All sorts of possibilities. No, actually this is not possible. And anything moving down, as soon as you move down you have your corner shape, otherwise you have the straight one. Okay, how many tiles do we have left here? Let's take those away. We have 14, but we need 1 for this one, so that's 13. We have at least 1 more 4 here, so it leaves 9. And 9 would be 3 3s, actually. So we have this 4 here, this 4, and 3 3s. Okay. And I can already see how that fits in. We need 4 here. So since we have 1 more 4 somewhere here, 1 shape of 4, 1 region of 4, this one has to be there. And then we have another 4 here, somewhere that fits also, right, with the numbers here. And we need 3 3s. If I do this, I can't even complete this here anymore, right? It doesn't work because of that there, yeah? So this has to be a straight 3, which means another straight 3 here. And then we need 1 more 3 here. And those are the 3 3s and 2 4s. Okay, man, that was painful. I'm sorry. Oh no, it's not the last one. I thought it was the last one, damn it. Where am I? Oh. We are at 50, so I have 2 more difficulty 6s. I thought it was a 7. Why did I think it was a 7? Things. Right, that's the watchtower actually. That's a 6. 7, that's a 6 here. This one is easier. And I think I can get this across. There's not so much information you have to focus on. So the main thing here is this yellow symbol. Let's look at this one first here. This one can't move around the corner, right? Because you can't have 0 and 4 difference to the same tile. So that means this one has to move there first of all. Yeah, that's just as a reminder. And here you have the other yellow symbol that cannot be connected like this to a red symbol. Yeah, can't go through here because this blue symbol can't go through here because you would create again a conflict in this tile if you went to this yellow symbol. And if you connect this yellow symbol to this red symbol, then you can't connect this blue symbol anymore. So you have to go through this one. You can't go there. You have to join this blue symbol into the region. Okay, means you need borders here and here also. This one has to extend out of here. It needs yellow and red. Could potentially get this here, but we need a difference of 3 here, right? So here we have how many? We have 7 already. Yeah, and it's highly likely, yeah, since this one can't move around here, this one also has to take this one. But about this one we don't know. So we actually have 8 here already. The difference of 3 is 5 or 11. Now, given the entire board, it's practically impossible to create another shape of 11 because we have, how many do we have? We have 9 by 5, that's 45 tiles. And if we have 8 in here and 11 in this one, that would be, what is it? 8 and 11. Oh man, it's 19 already, yeah? We would have like, what is it? 20, no, 20, 30, I can't even calculate anymore, 36 or 37 or something tiles left for 4 groups. And that's not enough. I'm sure of it even. Wait, like, could you do this? No, actually you can't do it for other reasons. Like, you would have to do this and then you would need a difference of 4 here. Right, and you can't have 3 and 4 at the same time. So all my talking is all just nonsense. I'm just too far out already, but I will finish this video anyway. I don't care. So the only way to get yellow and red for this region is going here. And then you could take this red symbol or this red symbol. You can draw a border here, however, and you still need the difference. We have 8, so we would need a difference of 3. That would be 5, actually. How is that possible? 8. We need to extend this then. It has to be extended, but we'll get to that in a moment. So here, this red symbol has to be inside here, right? So that means this yellow symbol can only take these here, and this red symbol then has to be connected to this one. Since we can't lose this tile, I have to go through this one. It also fits with the differences that are the same, right? So this one also still needs yellow. So now here we have 6, okay? It means this would also require 6. We have 5 so far, but more importantly, that requires that this one has at least 10 now, okay? And we can only add 2 more tiles here and there, okay? That means the 6 here is also done, and this has to be added to 6, okay? So 6, difference 0 is 6, difference 4 is 10, difference 3 would be 7 then. So we can add 3 tiles. It's either here or there. That is unknown for the time being. Let's look at this one here now. The blue symbol. Let's see if we can combine it like this here. We would have to go and take this tile here like this. That would mean that this tile here will have to go all the way around here to this or to that. Yeah? So that would be 9 plus 1, that's 8 plus 1, that's 9. The 2 difference would mean we need 7 in here. Is that possible at all? We could do this at least, yeah. And this here, or this here actually, and like this it fits already, yeah. So the other thing, like I don't remember the solutions to these puzzles. You can see what happens if we do it the other way around. Like, because the alternative is to do it like this here, right? That's 7. That means you would need 5 or 9 in here. This would be 6. 8. You could do this, but you can already see that here you can't add 3 anymore, right? Like you would need both sides of the border. So that's why this doesn't work. Oops, no, not this one. I want to go here. Where is it? Like this. Yeah, so it was this, right? And this had to go here. And I can't go there because of the inability to create a 7 tile shape now here. I have to take this, and the remaining tiles are these. Where is the final 6? What's that there? Yeah, there it is. This one I found actually quite simple. We have the size separation, but they could combine. Here we need a border, here we need a border. These have to be combined, and here we need a border. Yes. So, first off, we can see that this 3 here can only go up 1. From here, it would violate the size separation. So we need at least the 3 here, okay? Which in turn means that this one has to be a 6. And the 4 then has to move around it here. The 6 goes all the way here. Which means here we need 1 or 11. That 11 doesn't fit in here. That has to be a single tile. We can do this and complete it like this. Here we can't put 9. We don't have the space, so this has to be a 3. The 2 is completed like that. Here now we need a 4. Yeah, we can actually also do this here now, because the 3 can't move there anymore. It has to move up and then combine with this one. So the 4 has to move here, which means here we need we need a 2 or a 6. Oh, we can't have a 2. We have that here already, so that has to be a 6. And you can easily see that the 6 can only be completed once it joins this group, right? This region here. So we can draw this border, but this is only 5. But the 6 means that we need a 4 here as well. Given the size separation, we can extend this, and here we need a 2 then. 10 wouldn't fit in there. Okay, this 3 has to be completed like this then. And here we need 3 and 1, that's 4 or 2, right? In any event, this one has to go here, the 6. Now we can see this can only be the 4. 1, 2, 3. Let's delete these here. The 5 here can reach 1 in, so it needs these at least here. Can draw this. And then let's look at the possibilities here. If I were to put the 5 in here, I would need at least a 2. Could also be an 8, right? But a 2 is already not possible because of this here. This is, we have 3. This is, let me write this in, 1 or 3. Yeah? And that's why the 2 here could only be extended like this if the 5 was in here, and the 4 couldn't be complete anymore. So we need this border for sure. And then let's see if we can put the 6 in there. This would be a 3 minimum. This could be here, yeah? But then we need to look at this one here. What could this be? If we put the 4 here, this would be either 1 or 7. Let's write that in. 1 or 7. But if we had the 4 here, this would be 1, so this would be a 4. So we have a 4 as well. But the 3 couldn't go in there. Yeah? Of this, like if we have the 6 here, this would have to be 3, or potentially 9, right? So this would have to move up here. It couldn't go there, which means the 4 also couldn't be completed. Yeah? So that means the 6 must be completed here. This is 1, and the 5 is here, and the 4 is there. Okay? Now, here we need a 4. So that has to be one and the same here. We have a border here now. The 4 can't be completed. No, it actually could be completed like this with a 1 there, right? Anyway, we need this one. Let's see if this one has to be a 3. I don't remember. I don't remember any of this. Like, I mean, random basic things, but the details I just don't remember. We know that we have a border here, right? Which means we also need a border there. Let's see, I looked at what would happen with this here, but what would happen there if we had the 1 here? Then we would need 4 here, right? And the other way around, like this, we would have a 1 or a 7. 1 is not possible, right? We have the 1 right next to it already, so there would be a 7, yeah? And now it's easy to see that this one has to extend out of here, which makes it impossible for this tile to be a 4 or a 7. This can only be a 1, yeah? Which in turn means that this one has to be this here. 4 minus 3 is 1. And here you have either a 4, no wait, 1, 3, that's a 4, right? Let's see here. Can you have a 1 here? No, you can't have the 1 because we have that here. So this is a 4, and this one also must be a 4. And the rest must be a 5. Wait. Ta-da! Okay, so but that's all the 6s now, right? Yes, and there is only one difficulty 7 left. Wait, I have the audio mixer in the way here, yeah. So that's here in the thing, and yeah, that's actually quite difficult. But we have range 3 to 4, so 3 or 4 only, mingle shape. We can start with the simple stuff here. We need these at least, right? Because 3 is the minimum we have. They could extend to 4s, but we don't know yet. But we can see that pretty quickly here. If you were to complete this here as a 3, you would need a 3 here. No, wait, you can... Was it this? The mingle shape, yeah. If you have a 3 here, what would happen here? This would have to be a 4. Like this, right? Which doesn't even work. Yeah. Can you have an L here like this? This could be done like this here. So let's look at this. Is this possible? You would need a 4 here. And it couldn't be a square. which means you would need 3 here. Yeah, you would need 3 here. So 4 would have to extend out of this area, right? Otherwise you couldn't fit 3 in there. And then you would have another 3 here, which is not allowed right next to each other, right? You need the same area with a different shape. That's not possible here. And that's why this has to be a 3. Now this has to be a 3 in a straight line, right? Because of the mingle shape. So that can only be done like this. Like this here obviously doesn't work. And that creates the L here, which means here you can't do that. Can't do that because of the border, so you can only extend to an S shape here. Here we also need 4. Once you go here, you can't complete this anymore because S is not allowed, T is not allowed because of the region with an area of 1 only, so you can't go there. You have to go here, and this has to be an L then. Here you need at least 3. You can't have more than 3, so this is a 3. And here you need a straight 3 now. It can only go there. This also has to be a straight 3 like this. Now you can see that this is not possible because you would have to extend away, right? One of them would have to be an L, and the other one would have to go straight. This one can't be an L here, so this would have to go straight. And this would have to be the L, but that's beside the point. The main thing being is that you couldn't complete this area here other than that now. Yeah. So you need this connection here. And now I think it's possible to see that you can't have this here. Because immediately you're creating an L, right? The other way around. That's not possible. So you have to put a square in here. No other way than that. What else do we have here? This one has to extend out of here. This could be a 3. It could also be a 4, right? But we have this border there. No, it can't be a 3, because we would have this here, like, or this here, like, if this was a 3, I would need another 3 here, but I can't copy it in a shape that isn't right next to it. This one is here and this one is down there. So this must be a 4, yeah? But it could go like this or like that. No, it couldn't go like that, because then I would have to create, oops, another 4 in the same region, because I couldn't do that. Couldn't do that here, 4 straight, because I have 3 and 3 straight here. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so none of these are possible. This has to go up there. Okay. Which means I need another 4 here. Let's write that in at least. And let's ask ourselves, oh no, now we can see that this cannot be a 3 anymore. 3 is not possible here, not there, in a straight line at least, right? This has to be a 4, which means I also need a 4 there. So, let's look at this one now. There's something we can do here. What was it? Yeah, this can't be a 3 like this, because I would have, on this side, I would need a straight 3 like that. And I would be cutting this tile off, so this has to be a 4. But this could be completed either in this way or in this way. In fact, also with this straight 3 there, which in turn means we can draw in these borders here already and this border. However, if it's a 4 like this, then we could still extend this here to a 4 also, yeah? So we can't draw in this border. And we also don't know if we need a 3 or a 4 here. Both is possible. In fact, if you connect this 4 here like that, then you would have this as a 3 here, right? And if you don't connect this, then you could only have the 4 like this here. You wouldn't be able to go down here. You can't have a square here anymore, right? Like if you did this here and there, you would have to complete this to a square. So that's not possible. And that's why you have this shape here for sure. Could be part of this 4. Could be part of a separate 3, right? That's unclear. Yeah. And in fact, let's look at the two options here. If you have the 4 like this, right? That's one way to solve this. And the other way is to do this. And then you would have a 3 here, I think. Yeah. So let's look at what we can do here. We need a 4 here. Can we go up here? We couldn't do this. We would have to go all the way up there, which means this would be a 4 also. And I couldn't get this from here, because then I would have this complete and this one and a separate region here, right? So I would have to get this from here, sort of, like it would be a separate region. The 4 would have to be completed like this. We would have a 4 like this, and then I would need 4 here. How to complete this? If this is a 4 here, this is a 4, this has to be a 3 then. And that means I would have to go here. Like, but I'm right next to the L, right? And here we will also have the 3 right next to it, so that doesn't work. I can't go up here with the L. There is something better to deduce, but I don't remember it, and I just don't want to pause too long and think about it. But yeah, in fact, you need this border here. I just showed that it doesn't work the other way around, which means you have to go here. I also showed that you can't do that because of the two shapes of the same shape right next to it. So I need a border here, and but this could go here or there. Potentially here you can have a 3 like this, could also be a 4 like this, but we need these for sure, okay? What else is there? There was something else here. I think we can actually look at this, that this is not possible. This is what I just showed, by the way, right? Like even with a 3, this is not possible. Like this would be a 3 like that here, right? This would be 4, again extended. This one doesn't work. And even if I went down here, I would have a straight 3 for this one, yeah? That's why this one doesn't work, this combo. This is what I should have shown before. This was too complicated here, I gotta say. So I can't complete this like this. I have to complete this like that here, yeah? But that still leaves it unclear if this is a 3 or... No, it can't be a 4, right? Because we're cutting this off. This has to be 3 then. So this is also 3. And we need to extend this there, like this. And this is a 3 then, like this. Here we need 4 now. And here we need 3. Well, that doesn't... It only fits in one way, right? 3 and 4. Only fits in like this, right? I could also do this. Where is the difference? Mingle shape. Mingle shape, mingle shape. Oh yeah, I have to do it because I couldn't use the L for this here. That's right, yeah. So like this, and there is an L at the end. So if you have these 1 or 2 difficult parts in this puzzle, then it's not so difficult. But like making the connections for the 4 here, it's a bit difficult because it's very interconnected and it's difficult to find out where you need to start. And the beginning is also... It's a simple thing once you know it, but to find it is not so easy, I gotta say. You need to try it a little bit here and there. But it's a nice puzzle anyway. So, so how long did this take? I think I started around 10 or something. That's 4.5 hours already. Wow. And I don't have any time, actually. I would actually go on now, because I'm just so in it, but no, that doesn't work. 4.5 hours is enough as it is. Also need to eat something and have something to do in a moment. So yeah, I already thought about cutting this short and not putting this watchtower into this video. So the next video will be watchtower, hedge maze, compass, and spiral. Spiral island, that will add up to something like 30 puzzles or something. Well, it's 33 I think, yeah. So that's fine, that's a good number. Here I had 29 now. I don't know why I put the watchtower to this actually, to the other 4 regions here, especially Bricky and Loopy. Okay, enough of me blabbering away. That's it for this video. Thanks so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I say bye.